can hear me. All right. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Tim, are you out there? I can see
I'm
your.
here.
Okay,
Can
thank
you
you.
hear me?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear, friend.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. We're gonna do a study session. We're gonna call to order. I'd like to call to order the budget study session meeting today for May 18th, 2026, and the time is 4:34. Mr. Domer, can we do roll call, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Crosby.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Lau.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kashlapagita.
Present.
And Mayor Hepburn is online, but he was not part of the proceedings. He is listening in because he will be boarding a plane soon. So, but we have a quorum of 4.
Thank you, Mr. Domer. All right, let's see, my glasses on. So I'm trying to look as much as Tim as I can today with my bow tie. All right, tonight's our budget study session presented by staff for the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. This is an opportunity to hear the proposed budget, ask questions, and take public comment. And then prior to giving staff further direction and having them finalize it over the next several weeks. Mr. Domer, can you please call forward the staff member who will be presenting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to bring forward Christy Lopez, our Finance Director, to begin the study session.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for coming together tonight so that we can review our draft budget for 26-27. This is not proposed, as we are looking for direction from you in order to finalize putting the budget together. Before I get into the presentation, I just want to kind of give a little overview of the budget process, not in detail since we've done that in the past, but really the budget process is a long process. It starts in January, where we go through and get information. In February, at the strategic plan, we presented some information that we will go over later. And that was just let's get a number so that we could talk about that at strategic plan. And then we work with the city management as well as the departments to get all of their numbers in. And so tonight we are presenting that draft to you to get that feedback.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, just for clarification, the study session is being recorded, so it will be available via our website, a day or two later, but it is being recorded.
And then also, all of you received your budgets when you came in today. Additionally, we heard you last year when you asked us to make it available to the public at the same time that you guys have it, so it is posted on the city's website and available. Additionally, we will be creating a email that residents can send questions to. It's lvbudget@laverneca.gov. And alongside the budget, we will be posting that email so that residents can send in questions about the budget. And we can put them into one spot so we can track it. Oh, I have it. Yeah. So our goals and objectives tonight are to review the proposed general fund budget. We are focusing on the general fund. You do have the information for all of the funds in the budget, but tonight this is going to be the fund we will be focusing on. We will also then in detail look at the department budgets. So each department head will come up and discuss their budget. And then we will look at the capital improvement program for the current year. And then we will get some council recommendations from you all. And actually, before I go any further, I do want to thank my staff or thank the finance staff. We've all been working really diligently to get this put together. And so I appreciate all of their hard work. I also appreciate all the departments. Everyone was on time this year, so they did a good job, which really helps us to be able to have a budget document prepared and ready for the public to at least see a draft, when really we were still getting final numbers on Thursday. So getting a completed budget, really we don't work Fridays. So from Thursday to today is really a good accomplishment, and I appreciate that. So this is the current general fund budget. So on the left-hand side, the pie chart, the general fund resources, we have identified 48.8 million in resources, and on the right-hand side, you have the appropriations of a little over 49 million, which leaves us with a current general fund deficit of 233,600. The current citywide authorized positions are 197. We have increased 2 positions from last year. And again, as we go through the department budgets, you'll see more details about how that has changed and where those positions are. So this is the original budget that we had included as part of the strategic plan, which, as you can see, which was dated January 30th of 2026. We came up with this figure by looking at what the deficit was for fiscal year 25-26, and then we just added really a straight 3% across the board to try and get a number so that when we were looking at strategic plan, we would have some number. However, there were lots of caveats on that day that said this is really just a number that we are putting together so that we can include it, because at that time we had not had any department meetings, we had not finalized our personnel, we had not we had not received information for how much our insurance was going to increase, for both health insurance as well as risk, liability, workers' comp. So there were a lot of unknown numbers, and we needed to get those numbers in order to get an actual good figure. So that's where that 1.8 figure comes from. And what we had internally presented, so when we started, right before we started the budget meetings with the departments, or I'm sorry, once we got all the information from the departments and we were able to compile all that information, then we were able to get a deficit. That deficit number originally came back at over $4 million. And when that number came back, it was definitely higher than I had anticipated. I had thought, just looking at what we had anticipated our increases were going to be with once I added UAL, which was a little over $600,000 for the year. So as I was starting to go through and add up the figures, in my mind, that number was about $2.8 million. And so when that number came back at $4 million, we started looking through all of the, and we were focusing on expenditures. We started looking through all the expenditures to try and identify where that discrepancy was. And I explained to my staff all the time that the budget for me is kind of like going to Costco. Like, I need to go up and down every single aisle to make sure I don't miss something. And so being able to go in detail through the budget is very important to make sure that I'm not missing something. And when we're going through the budgets, there are a lot of questions and really pressure on getting those numbers quickly. Everyone wants to know the figure, and I completely understand because that's how we make decisions. And while we focused heavily on looking at expenditures, we missed an item, a very large item in revenues. And so I wanted to kind of go through that. Over here, you can see the development of the budget, and these are all of the changes that happened, whether it was the overtime was too high, we had to adjust the overtime, or whether there was a part-time position that was budgeted for 560 hours instead of 280, or those little details that we're going through to try and really finalize and tighten all of those individual details for each department, each individual, making sure we're not missing a body. Whereas it's very easy for me to go through and count my positions when we're looking at, I know I have one senior accountant or, and one accountant. As we have multiple positions or multiple bodies in one position, we need to make sure that we're capturing everyone. So there's a lot of little details that we're trying to make sure that we are going through. So that was more of a representation of how it changed. This is the same chart, just in a different format. And so you can see at the top, we had the 25-26 deficit. That was the deficit that we had in a little over $1 million, which was balanced partly with using OPEB funds and the 115 Trust, as well as using roughly about $70,000, which was for the individual who was on military leave that was being covered, and that was from the reserves. So as we started going through, we had some changes with revenue reforecasting, and so that top portion is where you can see that we had that $4 million figure. So that was when we had, you can see UAL in there, $635,000, workers' comp, and then the operating capital increases as well as salary and benefits. That is how we came up with that $4 million initial figure. And then after that, we started, again, fine-tuning those numbers. So the really large impact is that revenue reforecasting, and that was other taxes had not come over into the workbook. And so that was roughly a $1.3 million impact, which brought that number to 2.746. After that, we are identifying that we can utilize OPEB funding of $700,000. We have the increases in revenue after department review. Those are items such as paramedic insurance billing that we identified that we could increase as far as the forecasting. Also building permit revenue that now they've gone through and given some estimates as far as how much building they think we're going to have. So that's those numbers. And then we have personnel refinement. So all of these different items, those green lines are reducing the deficit, whereas the red lines are increasing the deficit. And so that's where you can see how we got to that $233,000 deficit. So I do want to make sure I understand having a $1.3 million missing that revenue is critical, and it's not something I like to bring forward, but it's information. Ken always says it's the bad news or good news I want to hear, bad news I need to hear, or something like that. And so really coming in and telling Ken and JR, they can tell you I was like, okay, we really missed this, and it's very unfortunate. However, we have it now, and that really has, along with the work that the departments have done to really reduce the operating, has brought us to where we are today.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Chrissy's staff does a great job. Chrissy does an excellent job, and I'm so fortunate to have her in that position. So I don't really want to dwell on that, but when you're, I've as I've told staff, when you're at this point where we're so very thin, it's those small things that kind of make a difference here and there. So know that when we're looking at, a $16,000 reduction in something, it means a lot, because in our thinness of the budget, that's where we're at. But, they've done a great job of looking at everything. And also during this time, some people don't know, but they're also going through and doing the finance upgrade. Our entire financial system, the ERP, is being upgraded. And so those two things at the same time are really taking a toll on the staff. So I greatly appreciate Christy and, all her staff and all that they've done. So
Thank you.
but thank you for that. If there's any questions, otherwise we'll move on to the department. I believe the first one up is
Good evening, council. Good evening, staff. Good evening, residents. The administration department budget supports the city council, city clerk, city manager's office. Thank you. Human resources, information systems, non-departmental operations, and legal services. These functions collectively provide the leadership, technology, records management, administrative support, and coordination necessary to deliver efficient and responsive city services. For the 25-26 fiscal year, staff secured 7 grant awards totaling approximately $600,000, supporting public safety equipment and bus stop improvements. Public outreach efforts also expanded significantly, with social media engagement increasing 152% on Facebook and 481% on Instagram, along with multiple in-person and 1 virtual community forum. The city clerk's office continued to prioritize transparency, managing public document archives, and responding to over 250 public records requests. Looking ahead to next year, the department will continue evaluating programs and services to improve efficiency and affordability, including technology platforms and subscriptions. Recruitment remains an ongoing priority, with the city typically managing approximately 25 recruitments annually to support critical service levels across departments. The city will also support the November 2026 municipal election in coordination with Los Angeles County, with the city clerk's office providing candidate assistance, voter information, and public support services. Election costs are estimated to be approximately $180,000. The proposed administration budget totals approximately $3.69 million in the general fund. Personnel costs total approximately $1.6 million, including the elimination of 1 part-time clerical position and the addition of a full-time information systems technician, which is offset through a reduction in contracted IT services with SDI, resulting in no net increased cost. This budget also includes approximately $180,000 in targeted savings and efficiencies. Key reductions include moving LVTV and council meeting video costs out of the general fund, general operational efficiencies, reduced memberships such as in the League of California Cities, adjustments to public outreach expenditures, the elimination of a position supporting HR and city clerk functions that was referenced earlier, reductions in training and conference spending, and adjustments to discretionary items such as the strategic planning facilitation and community engagement expenses. Overall, the proposed budget maintains core service delivery and reinvests resources into technology, staffing alignment, and sustainability. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Any questions?
Where is the LVTV and council meeting videos moving to if it's moving out of the general fund?
Yeah, so we have PEG funds, public education funds. We're still working with LVTV on the successor agreement to the longstanding one that we've had. But we're going to make sure that we're not using general fund monies for those things or for the council live streaming services, and we're going to use solely the PEG funds that we get for those items.
So I just want to make sure that we're still going to be able to provide streaming services for the community, for those that can't attend.
correct. Yeah. So originally the PEG funds covered the contract because it was $64,000 by the time we ended it, but we are only getting in around $52,000 or $54,000. On top of that, the Swaggart contract is about $24,000. So all of that was then coming out of the general fund. So we're making sure that everything video-wise is paid through with the PEG fund.
And is there sufficient funding? You just mentioned a deduction in the PEG funds. Is there sufficient funds to make sure these things happen?
Going forward to pay for the Swagit, and or if we can work out something with ULV for them taking over the production and recording, yes, that's our goal, is to make sure that it all fits within that.
I have one question regarding the League of Cities membership. So that's $19,500 per year we pay?
Yeah, it's the total for the League of Cities, and then the other stuff that goes along with that totals up to the 19,500.
Okay.
I think the actual amount just for the league is, for the actual membership, is 16,000, somewhere around there.
We're eliminating that?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
staff that,
Yeah.
as
I
you
was-
know, Andrea Blockinger, that
100%.
leads our legislative efforts.
Yes.
And so we think that that's sufficient and a better expenditure reduction for us going forward.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. She does a great job. And, okay, so that's not being moved anywhere else. We're just done with that. Excellent.
With our membership in the COG and having
Sufficient.
Andrea on board and all that stuff, we feel that we are sufficient.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. That helped answer the question about our interconnectedness with the other municipalities and government agencies. So the COG and SCAG and other things are sufficient then. Okay. Thank you.
And just real quick, and Eric may talk about this a little bit, on SCAG, if you can't really drop out of SCAG, then they charge you for everything on the RENA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and a couple other required regional planning documents. So it's as efficient to be a member than it is to go out separately and then have to pay for those services separately. So we will still be members of SCAG and get information from them and attend. But again, it's through all those other regional partnerships that we have that we are getting a lot of the information.
Nothing else, brother. Christy? Oh, and happy birthday, Christy.
Oh, thank you.
Don't you
very
think I
much.
forgot? FYI. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. So I will be presenting the finance budget. So the finance department serves a critical role in supporting the city's operations through responsible financial management, strategic planning, fiscal oversight, and customer service. The department is comprised of several functional divisions that collectively support city operations, including budget development, long-range financial planning, fiscal policy implementation, labor costing analysis, investment oversight, and strategic financial reporting. And then our accounting division oversees accounts payable and receivable, cash management, bank reconciliations, the annual audits. And then we also provide payroll services, including retirement reporting, and then cashiering services, including business licensing and revenue collection activities for the public and departments citywide. Effective July 1st of 2026, the finance department will gain 3 additional staff positions as part of the Public Works reorganization, which Danny Wu will be discussing in more detail later on. This organizational realignment aligns with the industry best practices and reflects a structure commonly utilized by other agencies where utility billing operations are administered under the umbrella of the finance department. This transition will allow for greater oversight and coordination of billing activities while creating a more cohesive and streamlined process, as finance already administers the accounts receivable and collection functions associated with those utility billing services. During fiscal year 26-27, the department will also continue implementing the new enterprise resource planning system. We will be going live June 1st with the financial portion of the system, and we will then be going live with the payroll system in January of 2027. And the city's current ERP system has been in place since 2000, so we have had this system for over 25 years. And this transition will create a more modernized platform And it is really one of the most significant operational and technological improvements that the finance department is going to be involved with, as well as having positive impacts on the entire organization, especially in the payroll department. Once we get that organized, employees will be able to access their W-2 information and their pay stubs, and currently all of that is paper format. As the city's financial environment becomes increasingly constrained, the demand for detailed financial analysis, forecasting, and operational data has continued to grow. And since the department's executive management and council are relying more heavily on financial data to support strategic decision-making, prioritize limited resources, and evaluate service levels, this increased reliance on data and financial analysis has incrementally expanded the workload and expectations placed upon the finance department. These responsibilities increase the ongoing demand on limited staff, resources, and available time, while requiring continued attention to accuracy, accountability, and regulatory compliance. And the proposed budget that we have reflects the department's continued focus on maintaining service. So we have no change in staffing levels besides the reorganization for the 3 public works staff. And since we really do have an increased request for information and really just the complex negotiations that have to be costed, we will be benefiting from this new ERP system. It will help streamline a lot of our processes that we currently do. And we are really looking forward to seeing some of those benefits. So the budget for just the general fund portion, the 3 public works staff are not fully in the general fund budget. Only 5% of each of those positions is in there. So there is a change in the staffing charge distribution. We looked at the work that's being done currently by the account clerks up front and looked at the utility overhead rate charges and found that we are not accurately collecting the costs associated with us doing those activities. And so we made an adjustment to the distribution for those 2 individuals after looking at the number of receipts that are collected related to individuals who walk in or individuals who are mailing in those payments. So we excluded any of the online payments that really are staff. Yes, we are reconciling, but we are not actually having that interaction of entering that information. And about 75% of transactions are actually related to utilities. And so we have changed that distribution for those 2 staff members. And then our operations, there was another slide that identified our savings as well, but it was $1,500 because that's all that we could identify, the majority, and so we took it out because they said it was not necessary. Embarrassing, only $1,500. However, as you can see, $62,000 of that $136 is related to an audit, the annual audit, and it's required. Legally, we have to do it. I cannot cut it. Additionally, we have tax consultants and actuarial reports. Also, I looked in to see if we could do our own actuarial, and we cannot. And then the other $30,000, which is office supplies, postage, we do mail out all of the bills within the city, so we are looking to get more people onto ACH so that we can stop doing that and save some money in postage, but all of that does come through the department. Yes.
Sorry, I think you said it and you explained it, but I just want to make it one more time. The customer service people coming from Public Works, they are doing very similar work, so they're taking the work that they had at Public Works, but it was a lot of finance in it, of collecting stuff, so now it's over in your department, or are we losing people that were doing things out of Public Works?
We are not losing anyone. We are really just moving the utility billing portion
to finance, from
Public Works into finance. And those individuals will be doing the same work that they are doing now. But a lot of other organizations do have utility billing under finance. It is not under Public Works. And it really allows us to connect the billing along with the actual receipt of the funds.
I really believe billing should be under finance so that we're all coordinated with the money as well. So appreciate that.
They do a great job,
Yeah.
and they'll continue to do a great job under finance.
Thanks.
Good evening, Council. It's my pleasure to present Community Development's budget for next fiscal year. First, I'd like to thank Candace and Natalie and Isabella who assisted with putting this budget together for us. As you're aware, Community Development continues its role in oversight of balanced land uses and economic development, providing for the functions of city planning, building and safety, economic development, housing, and code enforcement. Similar to last year, because of some economic uncertainties, we don't expect to have a super robust year in terms of construction activity, but there are several projects that we've identified that that help to do that we project, and that's one of the most difficult things of our budget is that the only thing that really changes from year to year is that construction activity, and we do the best that we can to project on how much activity there will be in the next year. But a lot of times we don't know who's going to come through that door the next day, and some projects that we expect to have happen might be delayed. So we do take a conservative approach in terms of our budgeting for construction-related activity. And I will say, looking back 5 years, we traditionally are under-projecting by about $70,000 on average from year to year. So we usually have good news at the end of the year, such as this year. We almost doubled the amount of activity that we had thought that we would do this time last year. So we take that approach just to be fiscally conservative, but normally we see a little bit more activity than what we expect. So last year we did see the completion of the 17-unit project at the corner of First and White Avenues. We also granted occupancy to several new businesses, including I think probably most famously Trader Joe's, Bath and Body Works, and some other new local businesses supporting economic development and revitalization of our existing shopping centers. As you're aware, Laverne is predominantly built out, so we really focus on trying to fill any of those vacancies that we have, primarily along Foothill Boulevard, our main commercial corridor, which also provides a lot of our city's sales tax that we receive. We also had a slew of different ordinances that came before the council that kind of aligned us with state laws relating all the housing law changes that happened last year. We expect to be doing the same in the next year as well to make sure that we're fully compliant with those laws. We do expect to come to processing the entitlements for the redevelopment of the former Lutheran High School site. The community's been aware of this project, but there was a sale and transfer. Right now, the environmental document is being reviewed internally and prepared, and so we do expect that to come before the City Council later this calendar year for consideration. Also, we expect that the University of Laverne will be undergoing a new master plan update, which will probably, whether it's a formal application or at least our involvement, we've already been meeting with the university to talk about that path forward. They're looking to hiring a consultant, which will kind of show the future growth of the university and what their focus will be in the coming years. We also do expect a project to expand at the Gilead campus on Wheeler Avenue. We expect those entitlements to be coming next year as well. And as always, we do focus on long-term economic development and growth. We do have expectations of seeing some of our large vacancies be filled in the next year. Those are hard to say for certain that they're going to happen, but we have pretty good feelings about the former LA Fitness building being reoccupied by another gym fitness studio. We also do have some thinking that the former Big Lot space will be filled. And right now, as you see on Foothill Boulevard, the former 99-cent space is currently under construction for a grocery outlet. So we continue to look to fill those large vacancies, obviously, but also to support businesses like that are under construction now that we expect to open next year, like Los Cerritos across the street, Lario's Meat Market down on Arrow Highway, and others. So as what I think the theme of this evening is no changes to personnel are being proposed at this time, and just the normal increase to merit steps and overall cost on the personnel cost. Below is a breakdown of our budget's operations. The majority of it is related to the construction activity and the building permits. So that's what the $374,000 is related to. We contract out our building and safety plan checking and permitting for the most part, while we do have support staff here. Those are under agreement, and so those costs are related to providing those services. The other costs are basically the 146 is just our normal operational costs. The $106,000 is a secret contract, so those contracts are reimbursed by the developers, so it's not actually while it shows up on the general fund account, they're fully paid in full by the developer, along with they compensate for staff's time reviewing those projects as well. And then lastly, I'll mention that we are proposing a reduction of $5,000 to the annual agreement with the Chamber of Commerce. So while that agreement still does need to come back to the City Council for formal adoption, City Manager's already recognized and identified that we would be reducing that annual contract by $5,000 to help support where we're at in terms of the overall budget. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
I like that, just the point, when I first read this, under where it says the process entitlements for the Lutheran property, I like that you put that under the consideration for the council, because when I first read it, it seemed like it was automatic. So,
no, definitely not.
I really appreciate that you clarifying that.
Yeah, there's a lot of different components to that, and it's a full discretionary decision that the council will have to make on whatever that proposal ends up being.
Any movement on the paper pack, general area, old line? See any cricket coming?
For those that were at Oliver Day at the fair, that was talked about in terms of trying to take advantage of or capitalize on the cricket stadium that's currently being constructed at the fairgrounds, with the metro train and the close proximity of Old Town and our restaurants and shops. But there is some things that we are going to be looking at on how we could help promote those opportunities for people that are coming to visit cricket. In terms of the actual development, we continue to meet with interested developers on different properties, specifically around the train station, where our Old Town Laverne specific plan rezoned those properties over a decade ago for today, for once the train was open and operating. We do expect that those talks are going to become more serious now that the train's been in operation for roughly 6 months, a little over 6 months. No specific movement on that specific project at the corner of White and Arrow today, but the entitlements are good for they're in perpetuity, so they don't expire, and so there is still hope that there's a interested party that is looking to construct something similar to what was entitled by the city a year and a half, 2 years ago, but nothing to share tonight.
I know that Mayor Tim and I have been in discussions with the chamber about how to better partner. Are we anticipating to see, I know that they're supposed to be doing reporting so that we can keep track of that. Can you remind me when we expect to see them back in front of us?
So soon. I'm actually trying to schedule a meeting with them this week to sit down with their executive director as well as their presidents incoming and outgoing to discuss the next year's agreement. So that does need to come back to the council before the end of June. So I'm not sure we're going to make the first meeting in June, but for certain the second meeting in June.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that the first cricket games start this summer, and then obviously with LA 28 coming, I think we need to have a plan in place for how we want to drive economic development. I don't want it to be happenstance that people accidentally find us. I think we need to make sure that we're directing traffic here so that monies are spent in our city.
I have one question, Eric. Thank you for you and your team and everything you've done throughout this entire city trying to get businesses here. I guess my question really is, has some of these business owners, since we don't own these businesses, right, what have they done to try to get additional business to fill in their voids that they've had for months and years on it? Have they reached out to you? Has there been any communication? I know we go out and we try to get some businesses to come here, but
Yeah,
I mean, we want to help the city.
We
do our
have
part.
relationships with pretty much every large shopping center owners, either their management team or the owners themselves, just depending on the situation, where we know those people. And so not only can we be there to help them try to lease their spaces by providing whatever assistance we can, especially as it relates to getting permits issued quickly and efficiently, but also those connections allow us to help to work on code enforcement. So if we know as shopping centers, their landscaping might have fallen behind, we can make those contacts directly. What we have is our planners are the liaison for our different centers, so they have the history and the knowledge about the specifics of that property. So whenever there's a new project or an issue or a vacancy in a center, there is a dedicated staff person that has those connections. I kind of oversee all of it, but we also have liaisons, if you will, for our primary major centers that we try to keep an eye on. But to be honest with you, a lot of times, today everything's online. LoopNet is a very popular way that all of these spaces are listed and advertised. So anybody looking for a business, they can go onto that website, not just in Laverne, but really across the country, to see what the market data is and what's available and what the asking price is, what the lease price is, right? Because those are, like you mentioned, things that we don't control because we don't own those properties. So there are those kind of on the private side options of how they market those. All of our centers that have vacancies are currently marketed on LoopNet. I go on there often to see what the current activity is, and it's kept up to date, and they do market them. So nobody's trying to keep their spaces vacant because that's lost revenue for them as a property owner.
I mean, sometimes they like to keep lost revenue, empty properties because they want their tax write-off because they have other properties. And I get that, but at the same time, I mean, I'm getting tired of seeing some of these empty buildings just staying vacant because the astronomical fees that they're charging. And we're doing our good due diligence to try to get people to come here, but may have another plan in place. I'll address that with the city manager and city attorney. Thanks a lot, Eric. Appreciate you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council and community members. Before discussing numbers, expenditures, and budget strategies, I would first like to recognize the men and women of the Laverne Fire Department. The accomplishments reflected in this budget are not mine alone, and they are not the result of any one program. They are the result of firefighters, ambulance operators, fire prevention personnel, chief officers, and support staff showing up every day committed to improving service to our community. The work being done today looks significantly different than it did just a few years ago, and more importantly, the results demonstrate that those changes are making a measurable difference. Over the past several years, the department has focused heavily on operational efficiency, fiscal responsibility, and measurable outcomes. Those efforts have produced significant improvements that now offset the department's impact to the general fund by nearly 20%, despite operating a department approaching $15.5 million annually. One of the clearest examples is emergency medical services revenue generation. In fiscal year 21-22, EMS billing revenue was just approximately $840,000. Today, EMS billing revenue exceeds $1.8 million annually. That growth is not accidental. It is directly tied to the implementation and continued success of our ambulance operator program, improvements in documentation, quality assurance efforts, and optimized billing practices. These changes have allowed us to improve cost recovery while maintaining and enhancing patient care. Additionally, the department continues to aggressively pursue outside funding sources to reduce impacts on the general fund. We have increased reimbursements through programs such as CalJack and college-based training reimbursements, allowing us to maintain high-quality firefighter-paramedic training while reducing reliance on city resources. This means our personnel continue receiving advanced education and certifications without placing the full burden on local taxpayers. Another example is our suitcase firefighter program. Initially implemented as a pilot program to improve staffing flexibility and address short-term vacancies, the program has continued to demonstrate measurable cost savings through its second quarter. Even during periods without prolonged vacancies, it has reduced overtime pressures while maintaining service levels and operational readiness. This program will continue to be evaluated and reported to council as we work to improve staffing efficiency long term. However, when discussing accomplishments, there is one area where numbers represent something far more important than fiscal savings, and that's lives saved. The CARES report, or Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival, is a nationally recognized HIPAA-compliant quality improvement database used to measure outcomes for patients experiencing out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. The registry allows agencies to compare performance against regional resources here in LA County, California, and national benchmarks while identifying opportunities to improve survival rates and neurologically intact outcomes following cardiac arrest. The CARES data that Laverne demonstrates that Laverne is not only improving internally over time, but in several key categories is now performing above regional and state averages. In 2025, Laverne achieved a 37% survival to hospital admission rate for cardiac arrest patients, compared with approximately 19% across our region and 22% statewide. Overall survival to hospital discharge in Laverne reached 11%, exceeding the region, which was at 7%, and California, which was at 8%. Most notably, survival with good neurological outcome, meaning patients that survive and maintain meaningful brain function, reached 11% in Laverne, compared with approximately 5% in the region and 6% statewide. For witness shockable cardiac arrest, often considered one of the most important benchmarks in EMS performance, Laverne achieved a 50% survival rate compared with approximately 34% in the region and 32% statewide. It's important to note that in 2022, which was the first year that CARES data was provided, Laverne's performance in nearly all categories was below regional, state, and national averages. Comparing our own performance over time demonstrates equally significant progress. In 2022, overall survival to hospital discharge was approximately 3.7%. By 2025, that number improved to over 11%. Survival to hospital admission increased from 7.4% to 37%. Sustained return of spontaneous circulation more than doubled from roughly 15% to 30%. Neurologically intact survivorship improved from 0 documented patients in 2022 to more than 11% in 2025. These are not simply percentages on a report. These numbers represent parents returning home to families, grandparents attending another holiday, and members of our community receiving another chance. Those improvements are the direct result of strategic deployment changes, enhanced EMS training, quality improvement efforts, continued investment in personnel, and dedication of firefighters and ambulance operators delivering care every day. I want to publicly express my appreciation to this council for supporting those changes to our community, for trusting us, and most importantly, to the men and women providing that care in the field. The data clearly shows their work is saving lives. Those improvements are also supported by efforts outside emergency response. Our Community Risk Reduction Division continues to produce extraordinary results through proactive prevention and community engagement. This division has completed all state mandatory inspections, implemented the department's fire investigation program, completed the local hazard mitigation plan, assisted with development of Laverne's first Firewise community, initiated work towards a community wildlife protection plan, provided oversight related to Sierra Laverne Golf Course weed abatement, and continues preparing our community for upcoming Zone 0 requirements and wildfire resilient initiatives. These efforts reduce risk before emergencies occur. Looking ahead to 26-27, our priorities remain clear. Despite improvements in cardiac arrest survivability, we will continue evaluating CARES data and implementing evidence-based improvements to improve outcomes even further. Our expectation is continual improvement, not complacency. Second, our Community Risk Reduction Division will continue advancing the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, Firewise initiatives, fire risk reduction, community list efforts, and development of a long-term vegetation management strategy for Sierra Laverne. Third, we'll continue pursuing grants, reimbursement, and opportunities to increase cost recovery while improving service delivery. And fourth, we remain committed to identifying opportunities to reduce overtime impacts and improve operational efficiency. without compromising emergency response capabilities. In looking at our budget, the personnel budget remains relatively unchanged. It's the normal increases through. I know that there's still some salary things in there, but overall, our operational budget has come down. Those are the obvious numbers. There was some increases in our operation budget. I know specifically is due to maintenance of fire apparatus and things like that, which we were able to, in some of our first budget reductions, we're able to identify areas where we could reduce there. As well as equipment, we had a lot of one-time costs that were coming up, such as SCBA repair or testing that needed to be done, as well as EMS equipment that we need to replace that is very costly. Some of those we're able to move to our 250 fund to be able to pay for those, as well as some grant opportunities that we're seeking out there. So as we discuss this proposed budget, it is important to recognize that balancing today's fiscal challenges cannot come at the expense of tomorrow's readiness. This budget reflects continued implementation of staffing efficiencies, apparatus replacement strategies focused on lease versus purchase evaluations, ambulance refurbishing programs, alternative funding for training, and selective use of the 250 fund to offset immediate pressures, and ongoing evaluation of fee schedules to ensure appropriate cost recovery. Lastly, I went too far there. Our balanced budget and budget balancing initiatives. So continuing the implementation of the suitcase firefighter program to improve staffing flexibility. Again, evaluating the lease purchases for future apparatus. Reducing ambulance replacement costs by replacing chassis while refurbishing and reusing existing ambulance modules. Reduced general fund impact for training by utilizing grant funding, reimbursements, and alternative funding sources whenever possible. And shift selected operational and equipment expenses to the 250 fund to help offset immediate general fund pressures, as well as ongoing evaluation to department fee schedules to ensure appropriate and complete cost recovery for services provided. So, in closing, our commitment remains unchanged. We will continue to innovate, we'll continue to improve, and we will continue to seek efficiencies. And above all, we will continue delivering the level of service the citizens of Verne expect, deserve, and have invested in. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Rick?
Yeah, you talked about the suitcase firefighter program, but our residents don't understand the word suitcase. So can you explain that just briefly so that they understand what that is?
Absolutely. So the suitcase firefighter program, we actually overhired one firefighter per shift. That the purpose of that firefighter meets the goal of our standards of cover, which was to expand our staffing to 4-person staffing on our apparatus. But with the suitcase firefighter, that allows us the flexibility that when there's an opening in the firefighter rank, we can then take that person, that extra person on that rig, which I call extra, and put them into there, which reduces the cost of overtime.
And we said we had going to have that as a 2-year program and then bring that back and to oversee if it to continue that or not. So,
yes.
Appreciate that.
So in the first, just as an example, that first quarter, we had quite a few long-term vacancies, so it showed some savings there. We just finished our second quarter of that. The preliminary numbers, even though we didn't have any long-term openings, just with the 30 vacancies that it filled, it still showed a savings, even after paying for the fully burdened cost of those firefighters. So it's showing that it's working.
Another question on the accomplishments, where it's $1.8 million in billing revenue, up from 21-22. What was the calls difference between 2021-22 compared to this year as well? So was there a significant amount of more calls, hence more billing, and things like that?
I would have to look at the actual. I can get you the numbers.
I'm not expected you to have that in your head.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing a gotcha for you.
I can be smart, but no.
Yeah.
Most of that is because of our billing practices, and we've now that we utilize Whitman, or it's EMS a different company under. It's the same company that does it, but the way that they're able to bill with our membership or that we follow this PPGEMT, it allows us to bill. And when I say bill, we're not billing our citizens. It's just billing the insurance companies, but we're doing it in a correct manner. It's a legal manner. But we're extremely efficient, and the return on those collections is a much higher percentage than what we were doing before.
And I heard many times if the residents get a bill,
Yes.
personal bill, that they should reach out to the fire department.
Yes, and we'll put together something to FAQs for those and things so people. Yeah, but no one should be paying a bill. Yeah.
You talked about the 250 fund times. Just for a reminder, what are the restrictions on that fund?
There are. I don't believe there's many restrictions. I'll have to refer to Christy on that. I don't believe there's. Yeah, there are no restrictions. So we utilize that to. Mostly what we're using it for is our heavy equipment replacement or equipment replacement, but we can use that for one-time purchases where it's rather than have to go to the general fund for that, we can use that money.
With respect to the suitcase firefighter program, I know Councilmember Crosby indicated that we would do a check-in to your point, but I'm trying to remember if we were doing periodic check-ins and reporting. So you'll come back each quarter then, and we'll see those numbers.
We're working on the final staff report for the quarter just to make sure all the numbers are correct. We did do one that was presented to council after that first quarter, so it was October to January. So there'll be another one coming now. We're just making sure the numbers are all correct.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And then under evaluating lease versus purchase options, I know that there have been discussions in the past about the limited availability of some of the apparatus and sometimes the very long wait times for obtaining updated apparatus. Like, what do you see in terms of the availability for lease if they're not available for purchase?
So to my understanding, the lease option is actually, we can still put our name on the list right now, even with the lease option, which we're actually due to start speccing out a new one. It's just that initial down payment when you're doing the lease to own option is a lot cheaper, and you spread that out over 10 to 20 years. So there's that. Most cities, when they buy an apparatus, they fork out that whole money, all of it, right up front. So vehicle replacement funds that they put away, they're planning on paying that full amount. We're able to reduce that now because we're not going to have such a huge chunk to put down at the beginning.
Huge outlay.
Right. We can put down the down payment, and we can spread that out. So it's not such a huge hit all at once.
And are we still seeing similar delays in terms of apparatus?
They're getting better, but there's a lot of discussion in the Cal Chiefs world and International Association of Fire Chiefs, all of them, with trying to come up with standard build sheets for these, for apparatus. Everybody likes to build their own custom one. So there's different options they're looking at doing where you have a line where they can just cookie cutter, just
right. Here's the stock
they
version.
can and then you have the fully customized version. So it's a matter of evaluating all those. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Appreciate you as always. I was looking regarding grants. Any federal grants in the pipeline as projected maybe for 26, 27?
There is. We do have some grant opportunities that we're waiting for results on for helping out. That's a local one. But federal grants, I know we have for the fuel modification that we're going for. That will be coming up to help out. That's going to be one of our biggest ones because the costs for that are continuing to go up. And as we have the GSOB and different things like that, where we're going to have to mitigate these things with Zone 0 coming and all of that, there's going to be big costs there. But as with us doing getting on the FERCL list, doing our CWPP, our local hazard mitigation plan, that should get us to a point where we're going to be able to capture more of those grants.
That'd be great. Yeah, it's nice, as fire season 365, and a lot of the funds that are coming from, especially from FEMA or FEMA, federal government, to give out to firefighters, definitely could use a portion of that, especially since we have that in our backyard. But thanks again for your great. Appreciate it.
Andrew does a great job awesome job of keeping us on top of those. So.
Oh yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
You bet.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, city staff. I'm here to present to you the Police Department's annual budget. This proposed budget continues to reflect our commitment to delivering professional, community-focused public safety services. Proposed budget addresses ongoing increases in patrol, in personnel, insurance, fleet maintenance, jail services, and technology-related costs while balancing the operational needs of the department and the fiscal realities facing the city. At the same time, the department remained focused on long-term fiscal sustainability through several cost-saving measures, including deferring vehicle replacements, which I'll talk about shortly, reducing logistical and operational expenditures, deferring new equipment requests, and closely monitoring overtime and training expenses. Operationally, we continue to adapting to evolving public safety needs through regional partnerships, proactive crime reduction efforts, unhoused outreach coordination, and preparations associated with the Metro A line extension and upcoming regional events leading us to the 2028 Olympic Games, as you just discussed. Just kidding. There we go. You jumped the gun. All right, thank you. Here, I'll give you a department overview. This slide highlights several of the department's accomplishments during fiscal year 25-26, as well as our goals moving into the upcoming fiscal year. Over the past year, the department has filled 13 vacancies to help address staffing shortages, strengthen operational readiness. These hires include sworn and professional positions that support both frontline operations and administrative functions and have reduced our reliance on overtime. We also made strategic investments in public safety technology, including upgraded in-car computer terminals, purchased narcotic scanners, and enhancements to our citywide video management systems. These improvements improve officer safety, our investigative capabilities, accountability, and operational efficiency. Additionally, the department continued expanding community engagement and quality of life initiatives through outreach programs, regional partnerships, and coordinated responses involving our unhoused population and mental health-related calls for service. Training also remained a priority. We prioritized utilizing train-the-trainer programs to maintain post-compliance, reduce outside training costs, and ensure our personnel remain prepared for evolving public safety challenges. Looking ahead into fiscal year 26-27, our goals remain focused on leadership development, sustaining recruitment efforts to reduce overtime, and enhancing regional public safety readiness. Those efforts become increasingly important as we prepare for potential retirements and the growing regional demands on law enforcement associated with several major upcoming events in LA County. The proposed police department general fund budget totals $17.39 million. Of that amount, approximately $14.8 million is attributed to personnel-related expenses, including salary increases, health benefit costs, overtime, retirement obligations, and we're also adding one additional police officer. I want to note that the hiring of one police officer was added through concessions with the city. We are reducing the number of corporals from 15 to 12 and bringing on an additional officer. The remaining operational budget of approximately $2.58 million reflects continued increases in fleet maintenance and replacement costs of equipment, insurance premiums, contractual and professional services, legal services, and technology-related operational expenses. Fleet maintenance and replacement cost operationally approximately $679,000, while insurance costs exceed $550,000. Our contractual, professional, and legal services account for approximately $532,000. The $202,000 in training costs is covered across all divisions. As I mentioned, we filled 13 vacancies, and those employees require additional training to meet California Post, state, and federal mandates. While operational costs continue to increase, many of these expenditures are necessary to maintain service levels, operational readiness, officer safety, and compliance with legal and regulatory requirements. This next slide outlines our budget balancing initiatives. Despite the increased costs, the department remained committed to identifying responsible cost-saving measures while maintaining essential public safety services. In coordination with Public Works, the department deferred the replacement of 3 marked police vehicles, a detective vehicle, and a police motorcycle. After inspections confirmed they remain operationally reliable and safe for continued service. This allowed the city to postpone significant capital expenditures until fiscal year 27, 28, or beyond. The department also continued to closely monitor overtime expenditures by limiting training to post-mandated requirements and critical development needs. Our overall training budget was reduced while still ensuring compliance and maintaining operational preparedness. We also maintain aggressive recruitment efforts to continue filling vacancies, which ultimately helps reduce overtime associated with maintaining staffing levels and backfill assignments. Additionally, backer funding related to the Business Assistance Crime Reduction Grant Program was discontinued as part of our budget balancing efforts. However, business inspections and crime prevention outreach services remain intact. Lastly, the department continues pursuing grant opportunities to offset equipment and operational costs wherever possible. In closing, the proposed budget reflects a balanced and service-driven approach focused on maintaining public safety services while recognizing the fiscal challenges facing the city. I'm available for any questions.
I think you stated it as well. Sorry if I start off. Thank you. The one piece that is just glaring, but you comment on it, was reduce overall training budget. You know, we never want to reduce our training if it is against making sure our officers are all trained. But you did state that that is still happening, and so appreciate that and making sure that we have, if we have to increase our budget because of training and the needs of our officers, then that's what we need to come back. The one piece that, though, I think this is more of a Mr. Domer question too. On all of the presentations, really appreciate it, and they talk about what their fund is for this year, but it doesn't compare what it was maybe for last year, if it increased or not. I don't see that on there, so I think that's just what's maybe missing to bring out in a report to us later on. Thank you, though.
I do have a ballpark increases for personnel costs. It was 12% increase. At last year, we had a 9% increase. Yes.
And just council and to the public. So on the city's webpage, laverneca.gov/budget, you'll come up with the documents. There's a proposed 2627. In that document, within the individual departments, is a lot more information. Again, this is a general summary, and within that, you're going to have actuals from 2 years ago, estimates of what we're going to end up, and then the proposed numbers that then go into detail on all that. Because this is really not even a status quo, it's kind of a keep it as calm as possible and reduce a little bit, given the mostly it's personnel costs that are increasing. It's about $1.8 million in personnel costs that are increasing because of normal merit increases, things like that, and then the negotiated raises. Operations are actually seeing probably an $800,000 or give or take reduction. Yeah, so there's all that details in that document. So between back, I do believe on the 15th. Any questions beforehand? Christy talked about the email. We're open to everything, and so if there's any questions, both from the public or the council. And I wanted to clarify something real quick on the 15 to 12 corporals. That was something that we negotiated with the POA. Not a reduction in actual personnel in the police officers. So we still have the same amount of police officers, but through attrition, instead of going, like if there's a corporal vacancy, we're not going to fill that. We're eventually going to get down to 12. There's going to be the same amount of officers. So if there's 45 officers and 15 of them are corporals, there's still going to be 45 officers. There's going to be 12 corporals, 3 more officers. Plus, because of that savings, we're going to bring another officer in. We most certainly always want to upgrade our ranks.
That's correct. And then just for context, operationally, last year we had approximately 2.7, I'm going off of memory, so 2.7% increase, and this year operationally we increased 8%. And most of that's attributed to incurring additional contractual costs with our body cams and equipment like that. Even though we did make concessions in cutting certain technology, there were still other increases that were contractually obligated to pay, and those increases came through that.
Chief, I know crime happens everywhere. I do appreciate current officers.
Thank you.
I had a question about the recruitment and hiring efforts. I know some time ago we had talked about referral bonuses and that. And have you seen, has that been helpful
I would love to say that the majority of folks that we brought over took advantage of that, but in fact, it's the opposite. Only, I believe, less than 2. And the majority of the folks who we have recruited are from other police officers, classmates who have gone to other agencies and decided to come to our agency. So our own word of mouth, our own folks are recruiting folks who they went to the academy with, who may work for San Bernardino County Sheriffs or LA County Sheriffs. So our own folks are recruiting them. They all have less than 5 years on, so they don't quite meet the criteria set forth for that initiative. But our own folks are recruiting them, and that's a strong sign that we're moving forward.
That's good. That's positive. That. And then I don't know, this might be a question for the city manager or maybe for Eric randomly. But I know the backer funding, you were talking about the funding is discontinued because it was a one-time, amount that we had, but that the education and inspections remain intact. Is there some way to maybe partner with the chamber so that the member organizations of the chamber, that can be a, added incentive to join the chamber and really show how, the police and the chamber and the city are working together to make sure that our businesses are safe, but really highlighting, I think, the importance of why they want to be engaged in the chamber and really want to be a contributing member of the city.
No, of course. And I want to share with you that at least twice a year we meet with the chamber and present to them those opportunities within the police department, and that includes backer and some of the inspections that we're able to do. And we're just waiting for someone to raise their hand and take advantage.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Wendy. Chief, question for you. In regards to reserve police officer, it says 0. You have no reserve?
Actually, we have 2.
Oh, 2?
2.
It was just not
Yeah.
That's all we got?
That's all we got.
Oh, outstanding. And any other federal grants looking in the horizon?
Yes, we have several. We're actually always looking at federal grants. We have a couple of ship grants in the works. A lot of the grants that we get are really equipment related, and where we buy barriers to provide additional public safety for our large venues such as 4th of July or car shows or whatnot in the form of barriers. We also just recently looked at an additional grant, and the title of it escapes me, but it's to purchase safety signage during a major event. That includes a siren up in the north end and then adding the wiring that takes it to that. So we're definitely chasing additional grants everywhere we can.
What kind of siren is it?
It's like an emergency siren if there's a fire or whatnot, and it provides audible tone. So we're working through that whole project currently.
I think a community alert system that would be, it's broadcast. Laguna Beach has a very good system across.
For like tsunamis type deal?
They use it for tsunamis. In Laguna Beach, they use it for fires. It's tested once a month on a Friday. Very loud throughout.
I suggest we put it in Cash's backyard, where then it'll reach the entire city.
Right there.
So it's really loud to wake him up.
That'd be phenomenal. I do need that. That'd be outstanding.
Do we still have the siren on public safety building?
We do. It is not operational.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I have. Appreciate you and appreciate the men and women that work for our department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec. Hey, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 26-27 budget overview for Parks and Recreation Department. The Parks and Recreation Department continues to play an important role in enhancing the quality of life in the city of Laverne by providing accessible, affordable, and community-focused programs, services, and facilities for all residents of all ages. Our mission remains focused on delivering excellent customer service, quality programming, and safe recreation experiences that promote health, wellness, and community engagement. The department oversees all city park amenities and recreation spaces, including playgrounds, sports fields, courts, community facilities. We also manage the Laverne Community Center, Aquatic Center, the Oak Mesa facility, and Veterans Hall. Through Measure A funding and other external funding opportunities, we continue to improve and maintain recreation amenities and public facilities throughout the community. Our department continues to focus on maintaining core services while implementing operational efficiencies and long-term sustainability measures in response to the ongoing fiscal challenges. To further support fiscal sustainability, recreation programming traditionally held on Fridays will be shifted to other weekdays, and the community center will be closed to the public on Fridays for standard operations. However, The facility will remain available for rentals such as company trainings, meetings, weddings, celebrations of life, and other events. The adjustment reduces operational costs while creating additional opportunities for cost recovery and revenue generation. This past fiscal year, the department accomplished some significant initiatives. The completion and advancement of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan process. So we successfully led the development of the city's first comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan in partnership with K2A and 110%, and Pros Consulting, including extensive community engagement, commission education sessions, operational sustainability planning, and long-term recreation and facility recommendations. This process also established a sustainability roadmap for the department focused on cost recovery and operational efficiencies. We're also successful in facility improvement projects utilizing external funding. We secured and utilized Measure A funding to complete and advance major park improvement projects, including the Oak Mesa Playground replacement, the Las Flores Park restroom improvements on the south end, and accessibility upgrades and other infrastructure enhancements without significant impact to the general fund. Also, the expansion of regional partnerships and community support initiatives. We strengthened the city's coordinated approach to unhoused outreach, behavioral health services, and housing stabilization efforts through partnerships with Tri-City Mental Health, LACADA, the Centers for Alcohol and Drug Abuse, SGV Care, our crisis team, and our LEAP, Laverne Engagement Action Partners. Just this last week, the city successfully secured approximately $460,000 in technical assistance funding through Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, also known as LACASHA, so we just got notification this last week, to support homelessness prevention planning, housing stabilization strategies, and affordable housing prevention initiatives. The funding will assist the department with the formal homeless prevention program, rental assistance planning for seniors, personnel training for City Hall staff and also the police department, and an affordable housing feasibility study focused on preserving and expanding housing opportunities within the community. Looking ahead for the fiscal year. Oh, wait, I didn't go back. Just kidding. Continue delivering high-quality recreation and community services through operational efficiencies, cost recovery strategies, and grant funding and strategic program. The biggest thing is this was all identified through the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the sustainability roadmap. It includes expanded facility rental opportunities and operational restructuring, continuing the city parks, recreation amenities, and the enhancement and preservation of these items. This includes a playground replacement, restroom enhancements, and future facility planning. Also strengthening the community support and the services and proactive outreach efforts, expand our partnerships that we currently have, and coordinate response efforts related to the unhoused, unhoused being one of the biggest items under my department, and behavioral health and housing stabilization, and senior support services in working with our senior community because we do have a lot of mobile home parks in this city. So the Parks and Recreation Department's total general fund budget for fiscal year 26-27 is approximately $2.27 million. Personnel costs approximately $1.34 million include the proposed reclassification of a maintenance worker 2 position to Parks and Recreation Coordinator, reduction in our recreation leader staffing pools. So a lot of our recreation leaders, like the Community Center and Veterans Hall, they're in pools. And with us shifting the closure on Fridays, that reduces that amount, which provides a cost savings. Clerical restructuring for cost savings, as well the removal of a part-time preschool instructor position, and standard merit increases. The preschool instructor, we did have an instructor that did retire, so we're not going to fill that position.
But that's because of the added of transitional kindergarten and the age of 4-year-olds going to the school district, and so the preschool numbers have lessened.
Correct, and it's hard to compete with something that is free and not free. So we kind of restructured that, met with the team, and the current program that's at Oak Mesa will be moved down to Veterans Hall. Operational reductions also include $9,200 in staff training, so we reduce all staff training. We're on a very thin budget, so that's one of the areas, but we'll continue to participate in the JPI trainings that are free and accessible to city employees. Also, approximately 1,900 in recreation guide. We're going to play around with this, do more online options, potential postcards. So we're going to see how this all plays out, but hopefully in turn, we do supplement with proposition fund money. So we're going to ask for a little bit more of that. So it's something that we're able to do. And so those are kind of our main goals in terms of reductions as well as on top of the personnel. So budget balancing initiative. So the department continues to implementing strategies to maintain long-term fiscal sustainability. These initiatives include consolidating the preschool program at Veterans Hall, evaluating resident and non-resident fee structures when it comes to our park shelter rentals and our facility rentals as well, and aggressively pursuing grant funding. We continue to do that with all grants that are available to us. Specifically right now, like I just mentioned, $460,000 for homelessness and mental health outreach. I can tell you we are the only small city and the only other city other than Long Beach that received this grant funding out of 31 potential identified applicants. They only gave it to 21, and we were one of those 21. So really exciting news on that. Also, together, these efforts are intended to maintain high-quality recreation services while responding and managing operational costs, reducing impacts to the general fund. I want to thank City Council, the City Manager, the Finance Department, especially Jesus, our liaison, and the Parks and Recreation staff, and our community partners for their continued support of the department and the services we provide to the community. Without our partners, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of what we do in Parks and Recreation, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
With the removal of the community center on Fridays, they had programs there on Fridays. You said they're going to be moving those programs to other days during the week. Is there enough space in those days of Monday through Thursday to fulfill the programs that were being used on Friday?
Yes, so most of those programs are free. They're Mount SAC classes in the middle of the day, and we were able to successfully move those to other days of the week and restructure that. So we were able to. And I know one of the questions before was the senior lunch program. So we will have congregate meals Monday through Thursday, and we've already talked to the YWCA. And on Thursdays, those eating on Thursdays get a frozen meal for Fridays, so they don't go without a meal.
Perfect. And then on the flyer program, I believe it's really good going online where people can look at it. So it takes a little cost of printing a lot, but making sure that we do have printed copies for people in different areas, maybe all mobile home parks having a couple there, so people can get, if they want that way to receive their news, that they can receive their news that way as well.
Yes, and on a monthly basis, we do a senior newsletter, which is available on our city website, and hard copies are here, and Armando does go to the different mobile home parks, or actually some of our participants come and they take a stack over anyway. So we print that and just put senior programs specifically on a monthly basis.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you do, especially with homeless situation. Sure.
Just to follow along Councilmember Crosby's comment regarding the recreation guide and reducing costs there, I'm wondering if there's an ability for people to opt out of receiving a printed copy, so that way anyone who still wants to receive, if, I don't know how you're anticipating doing it, but I know for one, I'm fine not getting stuff in the mail as long as I have access to it, or if it's on the website, but I think maybe that would be helpful, because I do know some people prefer to have the printed copy, but it can be really costly to send one to each and every single home.
It is, and so through the Postal Service, they kind of give us those numbers, which change all the time. So you can remove a certain area, but you can't remove certain homes. But even that, we'll have printed copies, but we're playing around a lot of the expenses through postage and delivery as well, but still having some printed here. So we receive different quotes, different scenarios, so we're going to see what's best suited for the programming and with our contract instructors to provide us that information. But I know you can remove certain areas, you can't remove certain homes, though.
Can you remove via homeowners associations? So if that whole community decides that, hey, we're okay with maybe at the clubhouse or whatever, there's a one printed copy, or rather than sending one to every single home. Is that something that can be done?
I can ask. As far as I'm aware, it's just the different areas.
Zones?
Yeah, zones.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's the carrier route cost,
Versus-
which
yeah.
is a lot less than first class or they're targeted.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Great job as always.
Thank you.
Great job as well. I want to say Parks and Rec. I love Parks and Rec. Kid growing up in the city, spent a lot of times in great parks, built a lot of great memories. One thing in regards to that, I know, guide, that $19,000. Are we able to provide any funding for the summer lunch program for the kids? I know the school district was supposed to do it. They did it. They did it. Are they still going to do it again this year, or?
The school does something on their own. We just no longer, it's been a year or two that we have not provided that at the parks, but the school does provide their own lunch program. That it's just in different areas,
Not that we provide
not
over.
through us. That was also a cost savings measure, but the school does their own thing, so we didn't have to compete. Yeah.
That's all that matters to me. And the pool, great job. We did a lot of great work in the last couple of years getting it up to speed. How's the utilization of it working with the University of Verne, being a high school? I know others have been
Yeah,
trying to get
it's interesting. We brought that up. We actually met this morning with the school because the school district and the university, the agreement, the term is in April of next year. So we're meeting now to discuss because there will be changes in terms of use, in terms of fees for cost recovery based on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Yeah.
And we provided, right now, the university uses the most, then it's actually the city, and then it's actually the school district. So we started those initial conversations if they're going to maintain that usage or not, and kind of seeing what it's broken down to in terms of fees to make sure no longer sharing that cost, but actually charging what's according to the use, so that it helps us in a cost recovery effort as well. All positive, great conversation. So
Yeah, so the most,
Welcome.
if you're using it more, you're paying more.
correct.
Good with that. Thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Rounding out the departments, Public Works. So, good afternoon again. I have the pleasure of giving a two-part presentation. So, in the interest of time, I'm going to try to breeze through the first part, which is the department's operating budget request, and then present the next fiscal year's capital improvement program request. Just as a reminder, the Public Works Department includes 4 functional divisions: the Administrative Environmental Compliance Division, the Maintenance Services Division, the Fleet and Equipment Division, and the Water and Sewer Operations Division. All right. In terms of the department's accomplishments, I just wanted to highlight a few of the major accomplishments this current year. We completed the water and sewer rate study, as you recall, from last fall. Also helped co-develop the Parks and Master Plan update that Yvonne just mentioned. The department also closed out over 1,200 work order requests and 672 citizens requests. And then on the capital improvement side, we've actually delivered more than 17 capital improvement projects totaling over $7.6 million. In terms of looking ahead, our goals are to fill our key vacancies in the department, also to implement the department reorganization, which includes modernizing our practices and procedures, which I'll go into a little bit later. And then keeping with the theme of capital improvement projects, the efficient delivery of our CIP projects. All right. Our proposed general fund budget for the department totals a little over $7 million. This, again, excludes the department's water and sewer enterprise functions. This is just general funds. Our personnel costs accounts for about $1.9 million, and it reflects the proposed department reorganization, which, again, I'll go into in a future next few slides, as well as the standard merit and compensation adjustments. Operational expenditures total approximately over $5 million, and major components of that include contractual services, utility costs, and construction materials and supplies needed to maintain the city's infrastructure, including facilities, parks, streets, and utilities. Lastly, we have a capital outlay request of $45,000, which includes the purchase of a trailer for the department's mini excavator and a new drain camera with locator equipment to support storm drain and utility maintenance operations. In terms of department's budget balancing initiatives, the department contributed more than $540,000 in budget reductions and operational savings. These include reductions and deferments related to contractual services, roadway and sidewalk improvements, vehicle and equipment replacement schedules, engineering support, maintenance materials, and operational supplies. We also adjusted our parks water cost allocations, realigned our solid waste and used oil recycling program costs, and identified additional minor operational reductions. With these reductions, while these reductions were difficult, staff worked to minimize impacts to core services delivery and prioritize essential maintenance and infrastructure functions. And just to elaborate on the department reorganization that's been underway, this slide summarizes some of those personnel changes. The reorganization is intended to improve operational oversight, strengthen project delivery, modernize administrative functions, and create a more sustainable organizational structure moving forward. Key changes include the addition of a facilities maintenance supervisor position to provide dedicated oversight of city facilities and support more proactive asset management. The proposal also includes replacing the deputy director position with a public works manager position, which will focus on department-wide operational coordination and capital project delivery needs. Staff adjustments also include the reduction and consolidation of 2 senior management analyst positions in the admin division into 1 management analyst position. And as mentioned earlier, the reorganization also includes the realignment of the 3 customer service staff over to the finance department. These are staff that are primarily focused on utility billing functions. And then lastly, the fleet division also includes the reclassification of the former fleet analyst position to a management analyst position to support broader administrative support functions, as the fleet analyst position previously underfilled the fleet supervisor position. And that concludes department budget presentation. So happy to answer any questions.
Just want to note, though, too, with our water study that we did and the rates, we had the increase January 1st. Another increase is going to happen July 1st.
Correct. Yes, okay. All right.
One question for you, Director. Thank you for all you do and your team out there, keeping our communities clean and safe and providing great service to our community. I called on you several times and throughout the city and throughout the year, and thank you for having your staff respond.
Thank you.
In regards to the capital projects that you had 17 that was for 2025, 26 fiscal year that was already completed. Is what it shows?
Yes.
Great. Do you know how many you have projected?
It'll be a
My
nice
bad.
presentation.
Sitting here wearing this bow tie is doing something to me. I apologize. I hit it myself.
Okay. All right. Capital improvement projects. All right. CIP program is the city's multi-year planning tool for major infrastructure improvement projects. These projects often require several years to plan, design, fund, and construct, and they include major repairs, rehab, and replacement type projects, as well as new infrastructure improvements. The fiscal year 26-27 proposed CIP includes projects across 5 primary categories, which include city facilities, parks and landscaping, streets and mobility, storm drains, and water and sewer infrastructure projects. All right. This slide highlights the average useful life of key city infrastructure assets and underscores the importance of long-term capital planning and proactive asset management to maintain reliable service and protect public safety. As the council may recall from the strategic planning workshop, one of our major challenges is aging infrastructure in the city. So we're always mindful of the different assets and the remaining useful life that they have. Capital projects are funded through a combination of unrestricted and legally restricted funding sources that can only be used for specific eligible purposes. While the general fund provides the greatest flexibility, many of our infrastructure projects rely on legally restricted revenue sources such as gas tax funds, Measure R, Measure M, transportation funds, Measure W, stormwater funds, and the enterprise funds for water and sewer. And these are some of the buckets of money that we typically tap into for our CIP project. Okay. So in terms of our fiscal year 26-27 CIP requests, we have a total of 25 projects totaling approximately $7.9 million. This includes 4 carryover projects requiring supplemental appropriations and 21 new projects. 19 of the projects are major rehab and replacement projects, and 2 are new capital construction projects, and 3 are related to engineering and studies. This list of CIP projects and the full 5-year CIP plan were presented to the Transportation and Infrastructure Commission at their meeting on April 22nd. And the Planning Commission also reviewed their consistency finding with the general plan on May 13th. And the photos at the bottom highlight several of the recently completed or ongoing projects, including the Plateau Pipeline Rehab Project, which is currently under construction, the Mills Track Well Rehab Project that was completed last fall, recently completed Arrow Highway Urban Greening Project, which was state grant funded, and the Oak Mesa Playground Equipment Replacement Project. So this slide summarizes the proposed CIP budget by infrastructure category. And as you can see, water and sewer projects represent the largest portion of the proposed program at approximately $4.16 million, followed by streets and mobility projects at approximately $2.9 million. And the remaining funds support facilities improvements and storm drain infrastructure projects. Overall, the proposed CIP reflects continued investment in the city's core infrastructure systems and utility assets. Okay. This slide identifies the previously approved and funded projects that require supplemental appropriations to complete construction and implementation. These include the Fire Station 3 HVAC and water heater replacement project, a sewer line rehab project, the AMI meter conversion program, and the full trash capture project related to storm drains. Importantly, these are all non-general fund requests and are all funded through enterprise equipment replacement or Measure W fund.
Sorry. The first column, amount previously funded. So this amount that was approved, but that's what we thought it was going to cost, and now on the far column is the additional cost to that project.
Correct.
How
the
everything's
first
gone
column
up
was
twice as much amount of money.
Yeah, the first column was budget that was approved in a prior budget year.
Yeah.
The second column could be an additional phase that was added to the project or cost increases.
So it could be something else added to it, but primarily it's cost increases. What you've
correct.
Okay. But still not out of our general fund, but out of restricted money, which we should be using first always. But that's significant cost more than what we thought it was, and what tells you what's happening out there. It's twice the amount of money.
So the AMI meters, it's the next phase of meters. It's not additional costs or increased costs. It's just the next phase. Same thing with capture. They're doing it in
Really,
phases.
on the list, only the facilities project for the Fire Station 3, I think that one is the only true cost increase, the 15,000.
So, thank you for that. So then, the amount that we have funded, and then the next one is more additional work than and the next part of it.
Right.
Correct. So it's like a second phase of it
Additional.
or additional.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the AMI meters, we're eventually looking to have the citywide all on the AMI program. But what you don't want to do is replace them all at the same time, because then when those lifespan of those meters are done, you'd have to replace them all at the same time. It's also very costly. So that's why they're being spread out over several years, is that then their ultimate replacement would also then be on a schedule of several years.
And is there a map of where then maybe like that has been done, so that like in Ms. Lau's district, she knows that this neighborhood's done, but this one's next to go, in case she's getting questions of why are these people coming around my house or doing these things there too, and stuff like that.
We do have that, and we can provide that to council. Yes.
Yeah, that's something we can put together. Okay. Moving on. So this table summarizes the list of new projects. So continuing on the streets and mobility projects and storm drain projects. I won't go through each one of these, but as you can see, most of these are major repairs or replacement or rehab type projects.
And these are also, I see the funding source, these are not general fund. These
Correct.
are all different measures.
These are the facilities projects and water and sewer projects. And water and sewer projects. So I guess with the water and sewer projects, and you mentioned earlier the water and sewer rate study, I do want to acknowledge that this is an example of how ratepayer revenue is being reinvested into the water and sewer infrastructure system. Okay. So this final slide just summarizes all the requested CIP appropriations by funding source. As shown, the proposed CIP relies heavily on restricted funds or enterprise funds, including water capital improvement funds or sewer capital funds or any of our transportation grant sources of funding. And this highlights the importance of leveraging available restricted funding sources and grants to continue advancing infrastructure improvements while minimizing the impacts to the general fund. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
No, just really appreciate when we're doing these, I remember when I first came on council, it was told that we needed that plateau line to be put in, so that, because if that went south, then we wouldn't have water to a lot of our areas. Making sure that we are getting it done prior and looking the most economical way, and really appreciate the information that you've provided us all the way along with it, especially that project and where it's coming and how it's going to. So I like the transparency and the communication that you've been providing us.
Thank you.
Just appreciate everything that you do and what your department does for us as a city.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I would just echo, I know you highlighted how many citizen requests the Public Works have responded to, and I know that that's been, Mayor Pro Tem Cash mentioned it too, that every time we've had to reach out, or I've had a resident reach out to me about issues related to Public Works or facilities, you've been really quick to address it, and so has your team, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roy. I echo my colleagues' statements. I appreciate all that you guys do and continue to keep Laverne strong and safe and clean. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Mayor Pro Tem and Council, if there's any questions about the capital improvement program, between now and the final, just please let us know. Let Director Wu know. Again, the information is on it. The presentation will be added to the website also, so people can look at that if they're not here. So,
Thank you.
I think Christy and I will both go tag team on the final couple slides. One is just to kind of review Measure LV, because that is the primary funding source for employee compensation going forward.
Correct. So this is a slide that we use in most of our financial forecasting. This is a 10-year forecast slide, so most of you should be familiar with it. In the actual slide or the actual chart, the red line is our fund balance. Those are the revenues that have exceeded the expenditures in the prior fiscal years. And then the yellow line are the expenditures line, and the blue line is revenue. On the right-hand side, we have the estimates for 26-27. That includes the estimated use tax, which has been very stagnant. We have not seen increases. We've actually seen a slight decrease in the revenue for Measure LV. So the use tax right now, we're estimating a little over $5 million. The Tier 1 support that we currently have, that is personnel increases that have occurred since the beginning of Measure LV. So only the increases annually, if we have a negotiation, those salary increases and the benefits that are tied to those increases is what is included in that. And so the current transfer that will happen from Measure LV into the general fund to support those expenses is $4.8 million. That does include the prior year as well as the recent agreements that have been agreed to in this past fiscal year. The future Tier 1, those are items that we either don't know because we haven't completed negotiations, or really that's what it is. We don't know what those numbers are right now, and so we've included a 2% salary increase and a 3% for benefits. With any of those, for those negotiations that have not been completed. Additionally, for the Fire Association, we have not, their contract has a different increase included in there, and so we have to wait until the negotiations for the surrounding agencies have been completed. We have a cutoff date. I don't remember what that is off the top of my head, but once we get to that cutoff date, whatever that percentage is, then that is what would be included in this. And so right now, if that amount is greater than 2%, then that future Tier 1 would increase. So based on just the estimates of that 2%, we have already we will exceed the revenue that comes in annually. And that is what we were trying to prevent. We were trying to control as long as we could to push that out. And unfortunately, it looks like this 26-27 year, we will hit that mark.
Effectively, Measure LV is tapped out. The goal has always been to, push out that crossing of the beams. To use a Ghostbuster terminology, we wanted to not do it and push it out. And then the fund balance, as Chrissy explained, will start to be tapped into. Again, the goal is always to push that out. So there's still hope that we can, stretch it out as long as possible. But, at this point, I do want to stress that Measure LV is a limited source, and it is tapped out as we see it going forward. So that's why we're focusing on, some reductions and efficiencies moving from there. So.
This slide identifies, in order to get to that zero line, to have no deficit, these are additional items that, although we do not want to cut, however, this would get us to that place. So the first line is personnel reductions, and that would be a couple reductions that those individuals would, if we ended up going that route, we would notify those individuals and make those changes to those services. Contractual, Parks and Rec has identified that they could shift the cleaning responsibilities to their staff as well as to the users of Vets Hall. The operational, those are various line items, so reducing training in other areas. And these are additional cuts that have been identified again to try after already looking at the budgets to try and get down to that number. Personnel and operational of special events. This would be the elimination of seasonal community events. And Yvonne or Parks and Rec mentioned the recreation guide, an additional $16,000 to reduce the full. We had cut that budget originally by half, but this would take out the additional portion. And then various staff training across the department would be additional cuts, and that would get us down to that zero number.
What specifically would be those seasonal community events?
I can call Yvonne up because she did identify that she would cut that entire area if that was, is that okay?
Sure,
Okay.
but basically it's everything that we do. So the Excellent Adventure, the Christmas morning, there is a private community group that is looking to take over the Christmas morning event, though there is still, about $15,000 to $17,000 of city costs that would be part of that. Don, come on up.
So Christmas morning is not part of that initial budget in the Parks and Recreation Department, so that's not in my budget, just to clarify. But it would be all special events, concerts in the park, movies in the park, and also senior programming. It's all special events that we hold within our department. And that includes the personnel, too. It's not just the event itself, it's the personnel and the costs associated with it.
So again, where we've come to the $234,000 is if the direction from the council tonight is to take down, be balanced. And what I want council to understand and the public to understand, kind of what I talked about earlier, is we are so thin that during the year, as Eric from Community Development talked about, there can be a new development coming through that's paying some fees that then helps with some of the funding. There can be additional overtime costs that we haven't accounted for or that we haven't prepared for through like the two-case firefighter program or additional in PD. So that would be a negative. So those are things, we're so thin that these type of annual ups and downs kind of create this. So the 232, if we were to cut those, we would identify those as cuts, make some cuts. I've already identified about $105,000 that I'm comfortable with, but anything above that then could be from reserves. Much like last year, we identified some reserve funding and some cuts that if we didn't have that reserve funding, then we would make those cuts. So the annual kind of roller coaster of our finances is up and down because we're so thin. Other cities that have more vibrant economic, retail, hotels, motels, things like that, they can cover some of those things. We're not there. We can't cover those fluctuations anymore.
I just think being transparent, we need to make sure and state those things for us to either approve or not approve those pieces. Just having elimination of seasonal community events is not specific enough.
Oh, absolutely no. So at the June 15th, these would be spelled out fully, and that would be a decision at that point to get down to zero.
Can we have it at the June 1st so we can have conversations with the community about that so that on June 15th we can have a better understanding and make that decision?
I would be, if the direction is to bring it to zero to make sure that we're balanced based on what we know at that time, I will bring something back on June 1st with those items.
My suggestion, sorry if we need to go farther, on this as well, is that we have a balanced budget, but if we have items like that, we need to know why or why not that we're doing that from, not just because we're going to go down to zero.
I would concur with Councilmember Crosby. I'd like to see it ahead of time, and I think we need to allow the citizens in the community to see what it is that we're looking at as well. So I think just saying special events isn't enough for me to understand what are we really looking at. If it's complete elimination, are we talking about, is there any way to, reduce it or not reduce it so that we can still have an event, whatever that might look like. I just think some additional detail would be beneficial so that we can make really informed decisions. And I think I know some of the other departments that talked about staff training, they talked about, the ability to maybe switch some of that training to JPIA that's free or other things. Like, what does that look like when you say staff training? Like, who is providing it? Is there an alternative that is free? Those are some of the things that would, if we're going to start culling away at some of these items, I'd like to be able to prioritize better and say, okay, well, we're eliminating this staff training, but something else is there that we can do at a lesser cost or at, for free. So I think that would help me, because I do think that each and every one of these things is really important in its own way. And I'd like to not have to cut them, but I also understand where we are with money. So I think additional detail so that people can digest it would be beneficial. And that, because I think the June 15th would have to be our final vote, right, on the budget. So I don't want to vote and get new information that same week and have to make a decision on the fly. So if we can get this earlier so that we can make those determinations, I would appreciate it.
This out here now in May to bring that information so we can keep talking about it.
Thank you, Rick. Steve, do you have anything? You're good. Okay. Yeah, I was going to just tell Wendy, she read my mind. A lot of things, it's kind of scary that it just does that. But I was going to say the same thing. Is if I get also a little bit further, is such as Veterans cleaning, Veterans Hall cleaning. I know it's $11,000. Is there an option other than having our responsibilities shifted to our staff to do? I'm not good with that. I don't think our staff should be able to do that, since other like the Veterans Hall, the preschool folks, they're paying for that. Their staff would be able to figure out a way to clean their facility, not us. Veterans Hall, same thing. I'm a soldier. I get it. We have to clean our own facilities. Just options. Staff training, same thing. Some of the stuff, there's things like such as the police department, their post-peace officer standards and training. I'm sure the fire department has the same standard in training that has to have so many hours per year. However, some of the other stuff can be online. That's not necessarily related to their certificates. I just want to see another option. And I am not good with getting rid of concerts in the park. I've seen the tremendous positive impact that brings to the community as a whole, where I've saw so many people come and tell me this is one of the greatest things they love to see in our community, especially during the summertime. I don't know what that looks like for moving forward, but I'd like to keep that going. That is all. Thank you.
I do just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. These were items that, after all the departments went through and identified that they could cut training, these were additional items that we went through and shaved off. If the training, was $20,000, we shaved off $500. It was some of that. Some of the other items were items that were included as department cuts, but it wasn't something that we were ready to include at this point in time, which the special events was one of those items. And the reason that it is like that is because that is a cost center, so we can easily identify what that cost is, and we know what items are included in that. So we can go through and look at seasonally to see how much those costs are, and that was included in that program services that we're updating and we'll have on the website, but it will have all that detail on there. This is the fund balance. So the impact that those budget balancing potential reductions would have. So if we, instead of cutting those, or instead of looking for an additional way to get to that zero number, we utilize $233,000 of reserves. This is what the impact would be. So this is the estimated general fund reserves on the left-hand side, estimated at the end of this fiscal year. And then on the right-hand side, we would have June 30th of 2027. One thing I do want to point out is the estimated general fund estimated budget at the bottom, which really determines what that percentage is. The waste management billings will be shifted over to, waste management in September. And so that is going to drastically reduce our expenditures. And the percentage of our fund balance is tied directly to expenditures. So as that has, those expenses will be shifted to waste management, it will actually positively impact that percentage for our general fund balance. So the amount on the right-hand side, which would be the estimated, and that would be utilizing those $233,000, that would be the impact to the general fund reserves.
So the reserves would be 31% reserves?
Correct.
Because I thought the last couple of years, when I first saw it came on council, it was about, it was in the high 20s to 30%, and then we were moving down to like 24%. How did we jump back up to the 30%?
Partially, it's the reduced expenditures.
Reduced.
Yeah. Or not partially, it is the reduced expenditures. Yeah. Every $1 million, it's $200,000 that we have to put away. And then I think this is your slide.
Well, this is kind of been said throughout, so there's some final budget thoughts. So, been chiming in all the different times, but, dynamic document, we got to be careful going forward. Measure LV, again, so again, with a $1.8 million increase in personnel costs are 78% of our budget. You need people to deliver public services. And then you have to pay people what is fair and equitable, and to make sure we keep them here so we're not a constant turnover. So that's our major issue, is personnel costs are a major part of our budget. Those costs increase. We have to be careful about always reducing the operations and the capital, because that's operations are how you do your services, the street repairs, everything else, anything that is general fund. So going forward, it's going to be tight. There is, hope down the road, but it's down the road, and hence the reason to make sure that we can stretch LV and anything else as far as possible. But it's going to be tight. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate actually all the departments and all the heads. I know it's not only your work, but all of the staff work behind it as well. These aren't easy decisions to be made, and so appreciate the most information that we can get so that we can make decisions, and having that information as soon as possible so the public sees that as well, because we are a body that is representative of our residents, and so we need to make sure that we are following in line with what our residents' services that they are accustomed or expect, but at a way that we can afford to give too. So we all have champagne dreams and less than beer budgets. So, but appreciate the work that was put in this. There's a lot of work that was done to get us here, and to actually get us here, because usually we're seeing this, a lot of this information in the past, we were seeing this on the first June meeting. So getting us to prior so that we can have that information, we really appreciate it.
Thank you. And the budget is available for the entire public to look at. The draft budget.
Steve, anything?
I wish I could say we were in a better place than we are as far as our budget. Give us this information more than a timely manner. Make it. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Wendy?
I will just keep it short and sweet, but thank you to you. Thank you to all the department heads. Thank you to all the staff that have really understood the precarious position that we're in and trying to figure out where to go. I know I've said it multiple times in the past, like, get innovative, get creative, help me figure it out. And I appreciate that in everybody's report. There was, here's what we're looking at as an alternative revenue source. Here's what we're looking at to, maintain service, but, lower cost. So I do appreciate the hard work. I know it's not easy.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it. This time, Christy, thank you so much, and thank your staff, and happy birthday again. At this time, I'm going to leave it open for public comment. If anybody wishes, a member of the community would like to speak regarding this, I'll leave the floor open for you. I'll give you a 2-minute time frame regarding public comment regarding the budget. Do I have anybody that wishes to come forward? Ms. Gabaldon.
Only because of time, I'll be emailing also, but a couple of things. What about salary caps? Why don't we start looking into that? And that goes for everybody in the whole city. And then something, and I do this because I see it everywhere, we've got to quit comparing ourselves to other cities. We are not like other cities. We don't have the revenue, which leads me to revenue. What is the true authentic property tax coming into the city? Meaning, what entities inside the city limits really aren't paying their fair share? I can probably think of at least 2 big ones, and maybe that all has to come out and to be publicized. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gabaldon. Mr. Bowman, please step forward.
Afternoon, council, or evening,
Afternoon.
whatever it is
Good
at
evening.
this point. I noticed on the very last page, budget balancing. And by the way, there's so many questions, so I'm just going to ask this one. One of the things shows is committed, exceptional performance, $25,362. I believe that's at the discretion of the city manager. And if a company is having budget issues and a company is suffering financially, you don't get bonuses. And this is purely a bonus. It seems ludicrous that that would be a committed amount, $25,000, when you're looking at cutting 93 for things like concert in the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Ms. Dinia, please step forward.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I have a question about the capital improvement program. It shows the water sewer needing an additional $234,000 for the sewer line rehab, and then an additional $913,000. Why weren't those factored into the $4 million loan that the water sewer? I was on the committee for that, and they're borrowing that money, but why wasn't that factored in? If to make, instead of $4 million, make it $5 million or what have you, to cover these expenses, knowing that sewer is fully funded. So that's something I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gabaldon, please step forward.
Good late afternoon. So this is a lot of information to digest, but if anybody's paying attention, a lot of what you guys saw tonight is not new, and this council is not, it's not your first rodeo, almost everybody on the council in front of me. And I just kind of did some numbers. Since 2015, so 10 years, 11 years now, because we haven't completed this year, we started with the general fund budget of about $31 million. Today, we're talking about $51 million in change for the current budget. So approximately an $18 million change in expenditures over that 10-year period. So I heard a comment in a city council meeting earlier the year, or maybe it was last year. I didn't like it because it was like misinformation. But if anybody knows what CPI is, it basically is how much our cost of living is every year, year over year, based on what your dollar value is. So the general fund growth over that 10-year period has been approximately 67% increase since that 2015-2016 year. Inflation was about 35%. So this city has, on average, with the points, spent 32 points more above the consumer price index for what it is that we need to run our city. So there is not a company in the world, there is not, at least one that's in business, there's not a household in this community that can afford that kind of cost of expense increase and it be sustainable. And I've shown up in these council meetings before and expressed that I redid that Measure LV one off a screenshot I saw the first year because I didn't like what it said, because it basically says what it says today. The thing was going to run out of money. We were going to overspend initially because we were concerned about all the bodies in the room or elsewhere that wanted their cut of it. And we spent all the money immediately, and now the money's going downhill, and we can't keep up with that kind of spending. So something has to give. Kicking the can down the road for another city council or for another city manager, and I love the service that we get in the city, and I appreciate everybody that does their job. You deserved everything you get because you signed up for something and you got it, but this is not sustainable. And you guys have to make the hard decision at some point on what it is that we are going to not get, and it can't be concerts in the park. That is tripping over dollars to save pennies. You have a big issue here in front of you. In this whole city, Rick, I love the fact that you said, hey, you should show what the year-over-year increase is. Because it would have said exactly what I just said in summary over the last 10 years, is we're walking in here expecting to hear how it is we're going to save money. Saving money is not saying what you're going to do for less. It's what you're not going to do that the community doesn't need, so we as a whole spend less. And this is not going to go away in a year. It's not going to go away in 5 years. So there has to be some serious, politically incorrect, enlightenment here in the community as to what it is that can't continue to go in a certain direction. And those numbers, 70 or 67% in 10 years, are we going to do another 67% in the next 10 years? It's not going to happen, guys. So Measure LV, good luck getting that, readdressed to the community. If we can't prove and demonstrate as a community that we can live with our beer budget, because right now we are absolutely champagne spending. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you all for your comments at this time. Okay, great. There's no direct action at this time. Who? Please. It'll be my last speaker. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I have a question. This here, really handy, black and white. Wonderful. Is there a place on the website where we can see the color, get screenshots, whatever? Okay, let me know. Because I can't even hold myself together right now. I looked at that chart and I saw this huge yellow line. Travolta, expenditures. How could that even last 6 months after the Measure LV projections? Because we saw that a long time ago. How did that even continue to 2026? It can't happen anymore. And me as a resident, you're all there to represent us. We are not an ongoing bottomless pit of a flow of cash. We're like done. We're like worse than the Measure LV money. We're like the other direction. And I saw on there a lot of things that had to do with, increases and also increased benefits. Our benefits in this city are already so far above what the regular public people get, like nothing. Why aren't we already kind of getting on a different trajectory? Things have been frozen for a long time for a lot of companies. How come it just keeps going up? We can't. But then to see 100,000 here and 100,000 there, look, we got a big pile of extra nothing. because we're going to cut out an event. We got to do something bigger than that. And I love this city, and I appreciate everything that it has been. But we're going to be bankrupt, and not just the city budget, but the people who live here are going to have to leave because they can't afford it. And we are counting on you to represent us. Us. Not all these little different entities and funds. And I mean, the amount of funds that we're going to pull this year, and this counts as a cut because we moved it over here. And this counts as a reduction because we moved it over here. But the line's still going up. So can you please, whatever you can do to help, that would really be important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Okay, there's no direct action at this time, but hopefully the direction provided by my colleagues, self, give direction to staff. We're going to go ahead and adjourn and to our regular, amazing city council meeting. Time now is 6:51. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 7 o'clock. Good evening, everyone. Time is 7:03, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. I want to remind everyone that per the city's rules for decorum, all speakers, members of the audience, and council members are to conduct themselves with decorum and to not engage in conduct that will interrupt the orderly conduct of the city council meeting. Also, public comment through Zoom may be accepted for all items on the city council meeting agenda. General public comments will be accepted at the meeting by those physically in attendance and at the appropriate time. Tonight, we are pleased to have Life Scout and Patrol Leader Aiden Hernandez to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Hernandez, please step forward.
Could all those in uniform please salute, and all others place your right hand over your heart. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hold on one second, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you. All right, Laverne, how are we doing again? All right, let's get that positive vibe. What a great job by the amazing Boy Scout here. Life Scout, forgive me. Things change. Totally get it. All right. In front of us today is our Life Scout, Mr. Hernandez, correct? Yeah. Outstanding. And how long have you been a Life Scout? How long have you been the Scouts?
4 years.
4 years. Outstanding. Thank you for coming here today to start our city council meeting on the Pledge of Allegiance. What grade are you in?
10th grade.
10th grade. Wow, you look like you're 20-something. Everybody's taller and better looking than me. I totally get it. All right, so 10th grade. What are we doing? Where are you going to high school?
Bonita.
Bonita High, my alma mater. Look how I turned out. Not bad, huh? No? Oh, there's a tough crowd here today. Tough crowd here today. All right, we're trying. That's what makes Laverne strong. All right, can you tell us what do you want to plan to do after you graduate high school?
Probably go to college for film.
Outstanding. Well, whatever you're going to do, you started off on the right path, being a scout, and hopefully that prepares you for the future. All right, City of Laverne Certificate of Recognition presented to Aiden Hernandez. This certificate is presented on behalf of the Laverne City Council to Life Scout and Patrol Leader Aiden Hernandez with sincere appreciation for your service to our community. Thank you. There you go. Man. Do you have any special words?
No.
All right. Good job. Mrs. Domer, can you please roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Crosby.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Lau. Mayor Pro Tem Kashvagita.
Present.
And Mayor Hepburn is on an airplane and absent.
All right, well, tonight we have 4 presentations. First is the Damien High School basketball recognition. Where you at, Damien? Where you at, Damien? Where you at, Damien? All right. And you guys are, some of you are graduating this week, I understand. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doing great things. The 2025-2026 Damien Spartan basketball team began the season as an unproven roster made up of 6 seniors, 5 juniors, 4 sophomores, and 5 freshmen, but finished as a tight-knit group of undisputed champions. That's right. Fueled by stifling defense. Sorry. We need a unified school district. All right. Nothing. I had to put on my glasses. We're going to do this again. We're going to do it right. All right. Fueled by stifling defense. English is my second language. All right. Relentless three-point shooting and unwavering resilience, the Spartans quickly established themselves as contenders. They opened the season with 5 consecutive double-digit victories to win the Battle of Rosecrans title, rebounded from a narrow post-Thanksgiving loss by capturing a second tournament championship, and used a challenging December slate against the national competition to prepare for a strong postseason run. Damien carried that momentum into the new year, winning 11 straight double-digit games and securing its first baseline league title in 4 years. After briefly struggling against elite open division opponents in early February, the Spartans respond with 6 consecutive victories to close the season. Through adversity, toughness, and team chemistry, this remarkable group of student athletes achieved the ultimate goal and cemented its legacy as the Division I state champions. Let's go. Will the coaches please come forward, coaches? Got it? Outstanding. All right, we're going to give the great time with coaches. Main coach. Okay, I'm going to have the coach. First, Andrew Garcia. Eric Johnson. Michael Leduc. Am I good or what? All right. And Yancy Dotson. Yancy? All right. Coach, without further ado, I'm going to let you call in these guys. Are like 6 foot, minimum 6 foot out there. I mean, everybody's taller than me. These champions right there. Call for the champions. Let's go.
All right, senior Abraham Sorian. Junior Andrew Martin. Sophomore CJ Murray. Senior Cruz Polanco. Senior and one of our 2 captains, Eli Garner. Our other senior captain, Elijah Smith. Junior Finian Herod. Senior George Bashura. Freshman Jojo Morelis. Freshman Jojo O'Connor. Senior Cam Dodson. Freshman Kyle Nickelberry. Freshman Marcus Goller. Junior Nate Ford. Sophomore Nathaniel Voigt. Sophomore Reiner Bowen. Junior Sammy Franco. Junior Zaire Rashan. Freshman Zayden Miner.
That is what success looks like. Why don't we have you outstanding gentlemen, Damien, come on, stand right here so we get a nice photo. Family, if you'd like to take this opportunity to take a photo of these amazing men, stand right in here. I'm going to stand somewhere on the roof so you can see me. All right. All right, bring it in, bring it in. Hey, short guys up front. All right. Division 1, ladies and gentlemen, Division 1. That's right. Yo, scoot on in. Scoot on in. So we can post this. All right, Damien. Okay, seniors. I want the who's graduating. Raise your hand. Stay right. I want all the seniors to stay put right here. Everybody else step aside. I want this photo op for the seniors that are graduating right here. Take this time. And real quick for the seniors, where you at? Who's left? How many seniors we got? 5, right? 6? Outstanding. Who's the first senior? So start from right here real quick. All right, what's your name?
Cameron Dodson.
Cameron Dodson. Where are you going to be going, Cameron?
I'm going to Riverside City College.
Let's go, Riverside. Shout out. What's going on, man? What's your name?
Abraham Sorian.
Abraham Sorian. Where are you going to be going?
Mount Sac.
That's right, bro. Mountains. Let's go. Let's go. Talk to me, man. A little more enthusiasm. You know what I'm saying? More enthusiasm. Talk to me.
Elijah Smith.
Elijah.
Not sure.
All right, we're going to get there, though. It's first for success right here. First success right here. This is what brotherhood does. This is what brotherhood does. All right, my man.
I'm Eli Garner.
Eli, man, like a step stool or something. Eli, all right, tell me, where you going? What school you going to be going to?
Idaho State.
Idaho State? Okay. I want no problems. All right.
My name is Cruz Polanco.
Cruz Polanco, where you going to be going?
Mount Sac.
Mount Sac, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Habibi, what's your talk to me?
My name is George Shera. I'm going Cal Poly Pomona.
Let's go, Broncos. All right, family, please take a photo of these champs. All right, good job, seniors, and congratulations. We'll see you guys on Friday. All right. Family, you guys are welcome to stay to our amazing city council meeting. It gets better. I come out with I crack more jokes. I mean, I try to make it lively. I'm trying to get them more likes on TV. I'm doing what I can. All right. Keep paying your taxes. Make sure you stay in Laverne. All right. One love. I know that wasn't that funny. I guess okay. Appreciate you. I got you all pumped up. All right. Laverne Brewery's just down the street. All right.
We have 3 proclamations, right? So Public Works, AAPI. I'll do AAPI.
We've had to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to do it. All right. Our next presentation item is the Public Works Week Proclamation. Public Works. Outstanding. Excuse me. Yeah. Have our Public Works professionals here. Will they come forward? Yeah, right in front, right in front. This is what success looks like. Where they're coming in, I'd like to the third week of May is distinguished as Public Works Week, honoring the value and necessity of the Public Works Department. During this time, we recognize how public work professionals contribute to and enhance the quality of life here in Laverne. All right, City of Laverne proclamation. Whereas public works professionals play a critical role in maintaining the infrastructure, facilities, and services essential to preserving the City of Laverne and enhancing the quality of life for its residents. And whereas the dedication and hard work of nearly 50 Laverne public work employees help keep our city safe and running smoothly every day. And whereas these professionals play a vital role in maintaining, enhancing, and safeguarding more than 97 miles. Think about that. 97 miles streets, 99 miles of city-owned sewer mains, 151 miles of water mains, along with other essential infrastructure that supports the success of Laverne's residents and businesses. And whereas Public Works Week inspires us to highlight and honor the invaluable people who make up the City of Laverne's Public Works Department and the positive impact that they make every day. And whereas to inform residents on the services provided by the Public Works Department, the City Yard will be open on May 21st, 2026 for Public Works Open House from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Now, it be proclaimed by the City of Laverne that the week of May 15th to 21st, 2026 be recognized as Public Works Weeks, and we urge all citizens to join us in recognizing the substantial contributions Public Works makes to protecting our health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all, and attend the Public Works Week's open house. Dated this day, 18th of May, signed by our great mayor, Tim Hepburn. Ladies and gentlemen, our Public Works professionals. Right there, man. I got you. You can hold that. No pressure. Hold on.
Congratulations. Thank you for everything you do. Public Works is the department that's the unseen department. You know, our public safety is amazing what they do, but you guys and ladies do so much for the city that nobody knows. But when it goes bad, they know a lot. So thank you for everything you do every single day to make sure our city's running right. Appreciate you. Let's go in the back.
Okay, family, you have this opportunity. Please, like to take some photos. Please do. Dre, you got the photos, or we're going to stand in the back, all the way back. Because I think you only get from like right there. All right. Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you, Public Works. God bless you. God bless your families. Keep Laverne strong. Okay. Outstanding. Outstanding. Okay, our next presentation tonight. Here we go. How's that? All right. I look like a Michelin-rated restaurant waiter. Here we go. Okay. All right. Our next presentation tonight is the Asian American and Pacific Islander Month Proclamation. Every May, we honor the role that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders play in developing this nation and the benefits that they add to the community of Laverne. This proclamation is being presented to Orange Fish, the newest sushi restaurant in Laverne, who may not be in attendance tonight, but we'll give them the proclamation. My amazing colleague, Wendy.
So I do not believe they are here tonight, but we'll go ahead and read the proclamation for them. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month honors the rich, diverse histories and cultural contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders across the United States, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders encompass over 50 ethnic groups and speak more than 100 languages, and enhance our nation through their rich cultural diversity, playing a vital role in our society, and whereas the theme for the 2026 AAPI Heritage Month, Power and Unity, Strengthening Communities Together, focuses on leveraging collective strength, fostering resilience, and building community bridges, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are among the fastest growing populations in Laverne, contributing invaluable cultural richness and perspectives that help the community thrive. And whereas Orange Fish Sushi, owned and operated by Ivan and Ignatius Saputra, is a vibrant dining establishment that transformed an existing space into a contemporary and welcoming restaurant environment. And whereas Orange Fish Sushi was recognized in the 2026 Community Design Award, demonstrating how thoughtful design and careful investment can positively shape our community. Now be it proclaimed by the City of Laverne that the month of May 2026 be recognized as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we commend Orange Fish Sushi for their hard work and commitment to excellence, dated this 18th day of May 2026. And if you haven't had the chance to visit them, please do. The food is amazing, the service is fantastic, and they're an amazing part of this community. So I know a lot of our employees and staff have been there quite frequently. I know I've been there quite frequently, probably more than I should, but please help support our businesses.
I say we go there and drop it off to them tonight and get a couple of sushi rolls, you know what I'm saying? All right. Our final presentation tonight is the Sir Optimus International Proclamation. The Laverne's, where are you at? Where are you at, Sir Optimus? Where are you at? Come on up here, ladies. Come on up here. Outstanding. All right. The Laverne San Dimas chapter was named the California Nonprofit of the Year in 2026. The organization's mission includes providing educational scholarship, mentorship opportunities, and resources designed to empower women and girls to achieve their full potential, thereby strengthening families and the broader community. Will the club president, Rachel Bratacos, did I say it right, Rachel? Hey, I'm doing better. All right, she's right here. All right. City of Laverne proclamation. Whereas the Seroptimus International San Dimas Laverne, founded in October 1988, is part of the Seroptimus International, a global volunteer organization dedicated to improving the lives of women and girls through programs leading to social and economic empowerment. And whereas the organization's mission includes providing educational scholarship, mentorship opportunities, and resources designed to empower women and girls to achieve their full potential, thereby strengthening the families and the broader community. And whereas through the Live Your Dream Awards, Seroptimus International San Dimas Laverne provides recipients with financial assistance to continue their education and achieve economic independence. And whereas through the Dream It, Be It program, Seroptimus International San Dimas Laverne mentors young women on how to overcome obstacles and set career goals, equipping them with the tools and the confidence needed for future success. And whereas Seroptimus International San Dimas Laverne also established the Bonitas Children Program in 1993, through which volunteers support students in need within the Bonita Unified School District by providing school clothing and essential items, ensuring they are equipped with confidence and resources for academic success. And whereas Seroptimus International San Dimas Laverne has been selected as the California Nonprofit of the Year in 2026 by State Senator Suzanne Rubio. That's awesome. You guys are awesome. I'm sorry. I'm reading this. You guys are awesome. All right. Representing Senate District 22 in recognition of its outstanding contribution and lasting impact on the community. And whereas this distinguished recognition highlights the organization's ongoing efforts to uplift and support women and girls and underscores its vital role as a trusted and impactful nonprofit within the region. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Laverne does hereby recognize and honor Seroptimus International San Dimas Laverne for its exemplary, service to the community, and congratulates the organization on being named California Nonprofit of the Year 2026, dated this 18th day, May 2026, signed by our great Mayor Tim Hepburn. Ladies, I'm honored. I'm sorry, I'm reading this and, honored. Thank you. I have a daughter, I have a wife, came from a woman. Hey, it is what it is. And I'm going to tell you right now, that is an honor to see that there's still amazing women out there supporting our young women and our ladies out there. God bless you, each and every one of you. Rachel, please. Okay. Council, all right. Thank you all. Before moving on, I want to highlight that last week was National Police Week. I want to thank all our police officers, support personnel, volunteers, and leadership for your commitment to continuing to keep Laverne safe and strong. The week prior was City Clerks Week. I want to give a huge shout out to Deborah Fritz as our deputy city clerk and thank her for all she does. I know she's probably somewhere back there going like this. We love you, Deborah. Thank you. All right. Announcements for upcoming community events. Now we will move on to announcements of upcoming community events. I'd like to call up Adrian. All right, Romero, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. I would like to introduce a few events that will be taking place at Laverne Library. From May 23rd to June 27th, the Friends of Laverne Library will be holding a book sale in the lobby. There will be fiction and nonfiction books, DVDs, and CDs for sale at a very low price. All the money raised by the sale are used for library programs and purchase new books for the library. And at this time, we are looking for teen volunteers, ages 14 to 17, to help us with the Summer Discovery Reading Program, where teens can work with their peers while earning community service hours. To volunteer, teens can pick up an application at the library and attend the orientation on Tuesday, May 28th at 6 p.m. And in celebration of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, we'll be holding a program for children ages 6 to 12 on Friday, May 29th at 3:30. During this program, kids can discover the art of Chinese paper fans. They will learn about the cultural history and symbolism of fans in Chinese art. After the presentation, participants create their own fan to take home. And in celebration of the World Cup coming to Los Angeles, LA County Library will be issuing Summer of Soccer limited edition library cards to new users. But if someone already has a card and would like the limited edition card, they can purchase a replacement card for $1 throughout the month of May. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Adrian. Appreciate you. Appreciate all you do for our library and our community. Anyone else has announcements in the community? Ladies, please. Don't rush up on here both at the same time. There you go. All right.
Good evening, everybody. Kathy Kalusek, Vice President of our Laverne Historical Society, with several exciting events. The first one is ongoing for the next 3 months. We have a display case at the community center, and this came from former resident Helen Byler, and her father worked in the citrus industry, so it's a lot of artifacts from that. So go check it out Monday through Friday when the community center's open. When you walk in the main, you go straight, and it's the one on the right by the senior lounge. Second event that's coming up is Saturday and Sunday, May 30th and 31st. We're going to be having home tour and vintage sale. This is going to be at 3949 Bradford Street. The home tour will be free. We're always happy to take donations, and so that's okay. But then also come by Jams Jellies. Find a vintage treasure. They've got zinnia plants they're selling. There'll be home-baked cookies, and take a free tour of the home. The homeowners, it's Sherry and her husband. This is the John A. Larimer home on Bradford, so it is a bronze marker designated and Mills Act, and so they can also offer resources, and information for people with older homes on restoration, on Mills Act, on bronze marker, and those kind of things. So
will the truck be there too?
The truck is there. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. All right, the next is our community meeting, which will be on Monday, June 8th at 7 p.m. at the Hillcrest Meeting House. This is going to be Route 66 in the 909. The presentation is going to be by David Allen, who's an awesome newsman, author, etc. And so come join us. That's also free and open to everybody. We'll also have things to sell there, and you can, sign up, join us, or renew your membership if you haven't yet. So that's a good place to do that, or anytime. The next is June 12th and 13th. This is the Garden Friends 6th Annual Plant Sale. This is in Covina, 100 North 3rd Avenue in Covina. Free admission and parking. They take cash and Zelle, but they have tons of plants for sale. I went last year. It was great. It was a lot of fun. Lastly, of events, on June 20th, we're going to take a tour of the Huntington Library. and we're going to be taking the bus that's sponsored by Catherine Barger. And so we will be gone for the day. We're meeting at Sherry's house at 9 a.m., same address as the home tour. And we're meeting there probably a little before 9, so make sure everybody's there. It'll be from 9 to 5. We get a 90-minute docent-led tour. The cost of this one is $50, and that includes the docent-led tour in small groups and also the bus ride over, and then lunch on your own on the grounds, and we'll be able to look at that. So those are our events. Check us out on social media. We have that going for more information. And then also, Sherry and her husband just made a new batch of peach mango jam. And I'm sure it's fantastic, but I haven't gotten to try it yet because they made it on Saturday. And then I have several others available. So hit me up, $10 for fresh, homemade, homegrown jam. Thank you very much. I'm going to leave a few flyers over here.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Please, ma'am, please step forward.
Hello, my name is Yvonne Gallegos. I am the Vice Chair of the Cultural Awareness and Social Inclusion Committee here in Laverne, and I do have some announcements on a few community events. The last of our open houses at the elementary schools will take place on Thursday, May 21st at Laverne Heights. So if you happen to be there at the open house, please feel free to join us, and you'll find our world map that we'll be helping students to populate with. Secondly, the University of Laverne's Race and Ethnicity class is doing a collaboration with Cassie at Hillcrest. It's the Route 66 Centennial Race Mobility and the Uneven American Dream. This, again, is going to be on Tuesday, May 26th. The University of Laverne has a race and ethnicity course. This is actually their final, and we are doing a presentation at the Hillcrest Welcome Room on, again, Tuesday, May 26th. The ULV professor, Lopez Ricoy, and her students from her race and ethnicity course will delve into 100 years of Route 66. So please come along. There'll be refreshments to be served, and it's a great way to support the students of this class. Our Cassie monthly meeting is on Tuesday, June 2nd, 5 p.m. at the Citrus Room at Hillcrest. On Saturday, June 6th, Cassie will have a picnic at the park for the community. So please join us with your friends and your family and kick off the summer season. We'll be grilling some hot dogs and having games. We ask if you can to RSVP. I'm going to leave flyers on the table, and there's a QR code where you can RSVP and let us know how many people you might be bringing along. Cassie also will have a table at the Pomona Valley Pride Fest, which is going to be happening on Saturday, June 3rd in downtown Pomona from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. So we'll be, again, having a table there. It's always a good time at the Love Fest Pride Festival, and it's a great way to support Pomona Valley Pride, which does represent Laverne as well. I do want to make a couple of announcements of community events, not so much in Laverne, but neighboring cities. Glendora. The city of Glendora is having a Culture Fest on May 30th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Glendora Avenue, just south of Foothill Boulevard. They're going to have live performances, food vendors, kid zones, music, and more. It's a free event. They're going to celebrate vibrant traditions, captivating performances, and lots of food from around the globe. So that's on Saturday, May 30th. I've been to that in past years, and it's really a fun event to go to, and also see a lot of different cultures very much celebrated. Also in Glendora, Glendora Pride in the Foothills will have their Pride Festival on Saturday, June 6th from 4 to 7 at Pinkbiner Park, so everybody can go and celebrate in Glendora Pride Fest. I will also leave flyers for our Route 66 to support the ULV Race and Ethnicity course, so if anybody wants to come by on that day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Anyone else have any other announcements? Mr. Bowen, please.
Council. Just a reminder that LV3C will have a community forum beginning at 6 p.m. on May 27th at the Baptist Lighthouse Church. Mr. Johnson has graciously said he would represent the city for us. We have topics such as the budget, which was presented tonight. A lot of people have questions, so it'll be an opportunity for them to ask questions and get answers. Our city manager, Mr. Domer, has said he would attend, as well as Christy Lopez. We've also asked a representative of the Bonita Unified School District, based on discussion of the Measure A. And unfortunately, at this point, they have not responded in kind, saying they had a representative. They had other conflicts, they indicated. So we hope that they send somebody, because there's a lot of questions about that. As you can imagine, the costs associated, we see the costs tonight to the city, and adding another $400, $500, $600, $700 to your tax bill affects a lot of Laverne residents. So we hope to see everybody. It's open to the public. It is a member group, so I just want to make sure that everybody understands. No outside recording, no flyers, no protests, no anything. The church has graciously allowed us to have the event at their location. So Wednesday, week from this Wednesday, 6 p.m., Baptist Lighthouse Church. Thank you.
Outstanding. Council, do you have any announcements? Rick? No? Steve? Wendy? I don't have any. City Manager, do you have any announcements?
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Outstanding. All right. Well, thank you all for sharing your amazing announcements that we have today. Now we'll move on to the consent calendar, and all items on the consent calendar are routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of our city council or a member of our audience requests a separate discussion or just wants to make a statement on one of the items. Council, are there any items you wish to pull? Thank you. City Manager, is there any items being pulled by the public for consent calendar?
None have been pulled, sir.
Outstanding. All right. Do I have a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. All vote, please.
Consent calendar, motion by Crosby, seconded by Lau. Approved 4-0 with Mayor Hepburn being absent.
All right. Thank you, JR. Do a great job, by the way, on that. Appreciate you. All right. Tonight there are 5 public hearings, 4 of which deal with landscaping and lighting districts and maintenance districts 84-1. Since I pay assessments through District 6 and 84-1, out of abundance of caution, I'm choosing to recuse myself from both of those items. As such, I would like for both those items to go first and for one of my colleagues to run the meetings in my absence. And I have selected Miss Wendy Lau. Thank you. You need the glasses of the bow tie?
No,
Okay, thank
good,
you. All right. I'm going to go back there. I'm going to take my cookie with me. Just in case.
Oh,
There you go.
all right, Cody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I understand you'll be doing the staff report, so we'll start with item number 8, the citywide landscaping and lighting district number 6, zones 2, 3, 4, 1, 4, 2, 5, and 6. All you.
Good evening, members of the council. This item is a public hearing. The recommendations for tonight are to first open the public hearing, hear feedback from the staff report, any community comment, close the public hearing, and finally adopt a resolution providing for the annual levy and collection of the assessments for the special zones in District 6 for fiscal year 26-27. Just a quick caveat, as was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem, we've got a number of items that are lined up that are very similar in nature. I'll hit them in one summary right now, and then, of course, if there's any questions along the way as we move through each public hearing, please do not hesitate to stop me and ask those questions. So before you on this first item, as said, is District number 6. That covers a number of zones within the city, 2 zones in particular, Zone 4-1 and Zone 6. have the allowance for an annual increase based on CPI. Those CPIs are capped at 5% and 3%, respectively, for Zone 4-1 and Zone 6. All the other zones are proposed to be held at their maximum assessment, with exception of Zone 5, which is under the maximum assessment because they have adequate reserves, and we are returning those reserves through the annual spending. Excuse me. So moving ahead, I'll just run through highlight the assessments of each zone and open it up for any questions. So Zone 2 proposed to get a flat assessment from last year, $67.23 per parcel. Zone 3, flat assessment from last year, $99.59 per parcel. Zone 4-1, that is one of those ones that I mentioned is going to get an increase. Their annual increase is going to be $163.03 per parcel. That's the total year. Zone 4-2 is $147.09 per parcel. Zone 5, $233.75 per parcel. And of course, finishing out at Zone 6, $319.74 per parcel. That's a summary of the assessments for this year for District 6. I will highlight one last thing. As I had mentioned in past presentations to Council, city staff have worked on obtaining a grant for turf removal. That's in Zone 3, and you're actually seeing that out there today, out on Wheeler Avenue. The turf has been removed, and they're moving forward with those improvements. That concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Questions from
Is that on Wheeler Avenue on the west side?
Correct. North of the Weymouth plant, south of Del Taco on the corner there, and it's the Parkway on the west side. Yes.
Any other questions for staff before we go to public comment? I will open it up for public comment. No, it's okay, so I'm just reading the notes here. Okay. Thank you. I was like, all right, if there are no further comments, we'll close the public hearing for this item. Can I have a motion to adopt the resolution providing for the annual levy and collection of assessments for the special zones in District Number 6 for fiscal year 26-27?
I so move.
Can I have a second? Oh.
Motion to approve by Crosby, seconded by Johnson, approved 3-0 with Mayor Hepburn being absent and Mayor Pro Tem Castelfagita recusing himself.
Cody, is that area in front of like the Vons? Looks like they're doing something there too. Is that on the owner's property or is that on ours?
So that is public right of way, if I'm not mistaken. They are also
very
doing,
similar to
yes,
Wheeler.
They're doing
That's
very similar, and you're going to see that across the county. In my driving around the area, I've seen many projects coming up where you'll see they'll take remove turf, specifically turf, switch that out for mulch and xeriscape, drought tolerant plants, California natives. Typically, there also is a river rock or kind of swale, is what we call it, feature as part of the requirements of that funding. So we continue to seek more, and as more of those come our way, we'll certainly let you know. But it's been a great opportunity to save some money on the capital side. Oh, hopefully saves one for me.
Any other questions for staff? Or at this time, we're good? Okay.
I'll move into 84-1. If
We are moving to item 11. We're going out of order since Mayor Pro Tem Cash is recused. So this item is the Maintenance District Number 84-1M, Esperanza Road Slopes, public hearing and resolution providing for the annual levy. So I'd like to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Howing if you'll go ahead and report.
Thank you. So recommendation for this evening is to hear public input, close the public hearing, and of course, City Council adopt the attached resolution providing for the annual levy for fiscal year 26-27. Maintenance District Number 84-1M covers slopes along Esperanza Road, drainage maintenance, and so on to ensure that that road is protected and accessible. Each year, we bring this back to Council. The annual assessment is approximately $8 per parcel. We are sticking with that proposed assessment for this year as well. The overall budget is $14,557. And the difference of the budget between revenue and what's proposed will be made up by available reserve. That concludes my report. I move over for any questions.
Any questions for staff before we hear from the public? All right, any public comment on this item? All right, hearing none. Do you have any further comments, council, at all? All right, then we'll go ahead and close public hearing. Do I have a motion to adopt this resolution providing for the annual levy for fiscal year 26-27? Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank
Correct.
you. Item number 11, motion by Johnson, seconded by Crosby. Vote 3-0. Cashel Figuita recusing himself. Mayor Hepburn absent.
And Cash will be on his way back.
Next is number 7. Yes. District 7. I don't recall what number it is on the agenda. Yes, number 9. District 7, number 9 on the agenda.
All right, moving on. Our next public hearing is the Citywide Landscaping and Lighting District Number 7 public hearing resolution providing for the annual levy. I'd like to open up the public hearing and ask City Manager to please call forward the staff member who will be reporting. I believe it's Cody.
Yes, sir.
Cody, how you doing, Cody?
Doing well.
You did a great job, Cody.
Thank you, sir. This item is a special benefit assessment district that we have. It covers the area of Laverne Heights predominantly, and that's what makes up District Number 7. Special benefits that area receives are predominantly fuel mod related. The recommendation for this evening's public hearing is, of course, to hear any input from the public, and then ultimately that the City Council adopt the resolution providing for the annual levy for fiscal year 26-27. This year's assessment is proposed to be flat as it was last year. Total amount per parcel would be $693.26, with the total budget at $128,940. Let's see. There's a total of 186 parcels in this zone, and as I said, it covers fuel mod for the year. That concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Codemeister. And any other council questions or comments on this matter? No? Okay, are there any questions to staff on this matter before we hear from the public? None? All right. I'll open it out for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Outstanding. All right, thank you. Council, do you have any further comments just in case? Hearing none. Okay, we're going to close this public hearing for this item. Do I have a motion to adopt a resolution providing for annual levy for fiscal year 2026-2027?
Move to approve item number 9, Citywide Landscaping and Lighting District 7.
Outstanding. Second? Thank you. Thank you, Steve. All right, please vote. There it is.
Item number 9, motion by Crosby, seconded by Johnson, approved 4-0, with Mayor Hepburn being absent.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Our third public hearing is the Citywide Landscaping and Lighting District Number 8 public hearing resolution providing for the annual levy. I'd like to open up the public hearing. And I see, Manager, it looks like we're going to have Cody again. Cody, you're doing a great job. Man, you're doing phenomenal. All right. Do we pay you by the minute or the hour? All right, keep it up, buddy. Go ahead.
All right. So as was stated in the past, the recommendations are very similar. The recommendation for this item tonight is that City Council adopt the attached resolution providing for the annual levy for fiscal year 2026-27. This district, District Number 8, is generally composed of the Marshall Canyon Estates, north of Golden Hills. The benefits that this district receive are, again, very similar to 7, heavily focused on the fuel mod side of things. This year's proposed assessment is also to be flat compared to last year with no increase at $249.70. Total budget for this year is $45,916. There are a total of 181 parcels in this district, and that concludes my report. I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Cody. Any city council, any comments? No questions, comments? All right, thank you. Are there any questions to staff on this matter before we hear from the public? Anybody else? No? All right, anybody? I'll open now public comment. Do you have any public comment on this item? I thought Captain Tibbetts was running up here for public comment. Jesus. All right, thank you. All right, council, no other comments? We're going to close this public comment on this hearing, this matter. I have a motion to adopt a resolution providing for the annual levy for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion by Johnson, seconded by Lau, approved 4-0 with Mayor Hepburn being absent.
Thank you. Our final public hearing is to consider adoption of the City of Laverne 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan update. I'd like to open the public hearing and ask the city manager to please call forward the staff member who will be reporting on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to bring forward Ray Apodaca, who is our acting utilities manager.
All right, Ray. Let's go.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm here to introduce the adoption for the regulation of the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. The City of Laverne has an urban water supplier is required under the Urban Water Management Plan Act of 1983 as amended act to prepare and submit an urban water management plan, the UWMP, to the California Department of Water Resource, the DWR, as a procedure step every 5 years. Procedure step, sorry. The 2025 Urban Water Management Plan satisfies all current statutory requirements and reflects updates to ACT since 2020. The Urban Water Management Plan provides a comprehensive assessment of water suppliers, long-term supply, and reliability. The 2025 Urban Water Management Plan evaluates current and future water supply sources and demands within the city service area. It updates the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and addresses water resource needs, demand management, efficiency programs, supply reliability, and strategizes for mitigations water shortage conditions. Key updates include water loss standard reporting. Although no changes were made to the water code standards, suppliers must now demonstrate progress towards compliance with the 2028 water loss standard. Updated guidance clarifies reporting requirements not available during the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan cycle. Direct potable reuse. State Water Board regulations now allow direct potable reuse, resulting in minor updates to supply reporting tables. Lower income housing. Additional guidance clarifies optional methods for projecting water use for low income housing. Groundwater recharge and storage reporting. Revised guidance improves differential between long-term and short-term storage to prevent double counting of supplies. The 2025 Urban Water Management Plan also includes an updated water shortage contingency plan to guide the city's response to water shortages. The Water Shortage Contingency Plan establishes shortage levels, response actions, supply reliability analysts, communication protocols, and monitoring and reporting procedures, and ongoing evaluation requirements. Although included in the appendix to the Urban Water Management Plan, the DWR requires the Water Shortage Contingency Plan to be adopted as a standalone document prior to the Urban Water Management Plan adoption. The Water Shortage Contingency Plan, Part 4 of the Urban Water Management Plan, defines the city's framework for responding to the water supply shortage, including demand reductions measures enforcement actions, and communication protocols. It incorporates no substance changes from the 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Only minor editorial updates were made for clarity and consistency. The plans reflect current state legislation, including the SB 606 and AB 1668, making water conservation a California way of life, establishing long-term water use efficiency standards and urban water use targets supported by the Water Shortage Contingency Plan's demand reduction framework. AB 1572 prohibits potable water used for irrigation of non-functional turf in specific commercial, industrial, institutional, HOA, and certain public agency landscapes with phased implementations beginning in 2027. The city partnered with the Three Valleys Municipal Water District-led consultant team to prepare the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, along with other regional agencies, ensuring consistency across the East San Gabriel water suppliers. Notices were distributed to the surrounding agencies regarding the updates, and the draft documents were made available for public review on the city's website. Staff recommends adoption of the attached resolution attachments 2 and 3, approving the final draft updates to the city's 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, respectively. Thank you for your time.
Outstanding. Thank you. If you could just stand by. Any council, do you have any questions? Rick, Steve, Wendy? All right. Thank you. Are there any questions, members of the public at this time? We'll leave it open to the public for anyone have any questions. Any comments, questions, concerns? Right, we're leaving it open. All right, none? All right, thank you. Any further comments from council? Go ahead for this public hearing on this item. Do I have a motion to...
Just one thing,
Sure.
I know that speaking with Mr. Domer today, this is a item that we have to go and review every 5 years, so really appreciate that, bringing that to our council and making sure that updating it to the regulations as well. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. All right. Do I have a motion to adopt a resolution titled "The Resolution of the City of Council of the City of Laverne, California, approving the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan update"? And number 2, adopt a resolution titled "The Resolution of the City Council of the City of Laverne, California, approving the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan"? Where is that? Oh, excellent. Where's the third one? Number 2. And adopt a resolution titled "Resolution of the City Council of the City of Laverne, California, approving the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan update." We're good.
So
Outstanding.
moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Item 12, motion by Crosby, seconded by Lau, approved 4-0, with Mayor Hepburn being absent.
All right, discussion calendar time. All right, tonight there are 2 items on the discussion calendar. First is the approval of an internal loan for the sewer fund to the water fund and adoption of repayment terms. City Manager Domer, please call forward. Our staff member is going to discuss this.
Thought Christy was going to be here.
It's her birthday, so she probably... As we wait for Christy. You know, when you bring her, we should start singing "Happy Birthday." Ta-da. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Christy. And all smiles. Happy birthday to you. All right. Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, and nobody. JR. Hey, what do we throw him under the bus? Don't worry.
And JR.
Thank you, Christy.
I'm assuming it's my item as well.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
Christy.
That's okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Tonight I'm going to bring forward a recommendation approving an internal loan not to exceed $4 million from the sewer fund to the water fund, and authorizing draws and adopting repayment terms. So as part of the water study, a sewer loan to the water fund of $4 million was identified to achieve short-term cash flow issues. So as you recall, when the water increases were passed, they were a little bit less than what we had included in the recommendation in order to meet those numbers. And so this is going to be used kind of like a line of credit and will only be drawn down in the event that we need it. So it's not going to be where we take the $4 million right away from the sewer fund and put it into the water fund, which then will start accruing interest and payments. And so instead it will be treated like that line of credit if you would have that on your home loan, where you could pull those funds out as you need them. And then we will follow LAIF as far as a interest rate to make sure that it's fair and equitable for each of the funds. And it's much more cost effective than going out and getting a traditional loan. And so that is the intent of this resolution, and hoping to switch it up a little bit so that it's not just automatically moving forward.
While my discussions on this item, really appreciate that one piece, so that we're not the water fund is not incurring more debt only when it's needed to. So really appreciate that and that forward thinking for making that change, because I know during the study was about just putting $4 million over, but then that loan would be then credited, and they would have to be paying the interest on it. So really do appreciate that forward thinking, and to only take as much, and then there'd be a lot smaller interest amount. So it wouldn't be just recurring all the way through. So appreciate it.
And at the end of the day, both funds will be whole.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, it is a short term, so even when we do start pulling those funds, we would have to pay them back within 3 years, and it would fall within the guidelines of the internal fund loan policy or administrative regulation that was recently passed. I believe it was in February that we brought that back to you, and so, or presented that to you for the first time, actually. So it would follow all of those requirements.
So I know that it's a not to exceed $4 million, but is there going to be a report as the money is drawn down, as that part reported somewhere?
Correct. So we legally have to include this in our annual financial reports. So it would show up both on the water fund and on the sewer fund as a receivable. So we legally have to track that. It's also actually reported. There will be a paragraph once we do actually initiate that first loan. It will be listed out in the ACFR, or the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have nothing to add. Any members of the public would like to make a comment at this time? Mr. Gabaldon, please step forward.
I wasn't planning on talking on this, but who is the beneficiary of that interest once the loan is taken out? Can that be answered?
We'll get that answer to you shortly. Anybody else would like to have a comment on this? All right, hearing none. Ms. Christie, can you please? Oh, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. Thank you. Ms. Christie, please step forward. Micromanagers around here. Go ahead.
Yes, that is the beauty of the internal loan, is that it stays within the city. It's just that the sewer fund would benefit from the water fund loaning those funds. So, or the interest from the loan, correct, would go into the sewer fund. So the water fund would pay the sewer fund for those interest amounts.
It generally, so if the question is, does the general fund, or can we use that? No. So the sewer fund is the loaner, they will get the interest for sewer projects. So.
Thank you. Hope that answers your question. All right. Anybody else have a comment on this? I did close public comment. Thank you for reminding me. Outstanding colleague. All right. Is there a motion to adopt the attached resolution titled "A Resolution of the City Council, City of Laverne, California, approving an internal loan not to exceed $4 million from the sewer fund to the water fund, authorizing draws and adopting repayment terms"?
So move.
Thank you. May I have a second? Thank you. May you please vote?
Item 13, motion by Crosby, seconded by Lau, approved 4-0 with Mayor Hepburn being absent.
Thanks, JR. Happy birthday. Don't worry. We'll get you. All right. Next on the discussion calendar is the first reading of an ordinance pertaining to regulated mobility device, e-bikes, scooters, and etc. City Manager, will you please call forward outstanding public safety professionals?
I will call forward Captain Travis Tibbetts.
Hello, Captain.
We're gonna tag team
and Chief
We're gonna
Sam
tag. We're gonna
Gonzalez.
tag.
Oh, okay.
You
All
guys are
right.
in trouble.
Good
Being
evening,
back
Mayor,
again.
council members. I was waiting for the rest of the song. We're back for the e-bike ordinance for the first reading. During our last council meeting, there was direction given to staff with regards to two items, some of which I'd like to just briefly discuss, and then Captain Trivis will kind of provide the summary of the remaining. The first was staff received direction from council to have a complete prohibition of e-bikes on sidewalks. The second was adding language that aligns with the future creation of bidirectional bike lane on Arrow Highway. In your packets, you should have seen that added language. One of the things that I want to discuss briefly is we took that direction of a complete prohibition and took a strong review of it. We reached out to our JPIA, who came back to us and said, you really have, we talked about liability. You really have to take a balanced approach. Your liability doesn't increase or decrease by putting bikes out there. But what may increase is your accidents. There are more cars than there are e-bikes on the streets. So prohibiting, for example, we looked at it from a investigative point of view. So would we take more collisions on bikes versus vehicles currently? If we did this complete prohibition, we would see a spike in accidents. So my job is really to ensure the safety of all individuals, and I believe that a complete prohibition, in line with the JPIA's recommendation, to not have a complete prohibition. In fact, there's sufficient language in there for us to enforce riders on sidewalks. There's enough language in this ordinance to prohibit certain actions in that, and that's all in front of you, and I won't go into that. But they mentioned a balanced approach, and I, for lack of better words, we look at it as a lug nut rule. There are more vehicles out there with greater lug nuts than there are bicyclists. The vehicles are going to win every single time if we put kids coming from Ramona north on Damien and then east on Foothill. Putting kids on the street would increase our accidents versus decrease them, and allowing 12-year-olds and so forth to ride on the sidewalks. So Captain Tibbetts here will present the remaining of that, but I just wanted to kind of briefly provide an overview of that and where we took a strong approach in that we will look at increasing the bicyclists, and I'm sure parents will be like, you forced my kid into the street and this is why it happened. So we'll more take a balanced approach and more of an enforcement approach when those happen.
My concern is when you have an e-bike and a pedestrian, and the pedestrian is the one that's going to get hit on a sidewalk because there's not an escape route or a driveway for the e-bike to get off. So there's liability either way.
There are. We looked at that. We looked at the amount of accidents that we've had on e-bikes versus pedestrians and e-bikes versus vehicles. We have a higher probability of an e-bike and a vehicle than we do e-bikes with pedestrians. Thus, again, increasing the amount of accidents that we have in the city. So it's a lot lower. The probability is a lot lower.
Yeah, I just, as a person growing up in Laverne, riding a bike to Ramona, we always rode on the street. To say that you can't, you have to take those bikes and put, or let them be on the sidewalk, that doesn't fly with me.
Yeah, the current California law also doesn't prohibit bikes from riding on the sidewalk, so it aligns itself with current California law. And I totally understand that there would be some riders who are more confident to ride in the street, but there's those that are less confident. Those are the ones we worry about. And we have a lot more vehicles than we have e-bikes. As such, this is why we're coming back with the recommendation of not to prohibit that, to have a complete prohibition, but to leave in detail what we have in there currently for enforcement action.
Okay, well, I would be interested in the statistics after a year.
Most definitely. We could provide that.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And at this time, I will hand it over to provide a summary of what's in there. I know you guys have heard it, but he'll keep it brief.
Good evening. I just like to, Councilmember Johnson, I'd just like to also add the provision or the ordinance does not prevent a competent rider, and I think the chief said this, from riding on the street should they choose to do so. And one of my main concerns operationally that is different from many years ago is cell phones. That's a big difference from what was in cars many years ago to what is in cars today. And that distraction, there's plenty of data that shows the cell phone is distracting to drivers, which increases the risk exponentially to these younger riders on the street or on the roadway. I also like to add, we did take into consideration where we do have higher density of pedestrians, and that's in our parks. So under Section 7, we did add some language into the ordinance that prevents e-bikes from operating in our parks and in the parking lots. And we're hoping that because it's more condensed, that we can prevent collisions between people enjoying the park and people riding the bikes. So they would have to dismount and walk through the park on those circumstances. And I just, overall, just as a summary to remind you that this ordinance is updating Chapter 10.80 of Title 10 of our code, which is establishing the regulations for safe operation of the e-bikes. And I just wanted to point out that, again, for the public and for the council, that key provisions of the ordinance include requirements that our operators ride safely, that there's restrictions on unsafe behavior such as performing stunts or using handheld devices such as cell phones, and that the requirements are for riders to travel in the same direction as vehicular traffic. And when there is a bike lane available, they are to be in the bike lane as well. And the ordinance also, as a reminder, does not allow Class 3 bikes to be on the sidewalks or on the trails. Class C electric bikes operate up to 28 miles per hour, which is a significant difference between Class 1 and Class 2, which are 20 miles per hour. It also requires the lighting in darkness. It requires an operator be the age of 16 to operate in darkness. It has passenger restrictions. It has specific operational standards of electric motorcycles, including licensing, registration, and insurance. And what I mean by that is most of what we hear on the news of these terrible tragedies involving e-bikes are actually e-motorcycles. They're not e-bikes. And they go significantly faster. They require a driver's license, they require insurance, and they require registration, just like a motorcycle does. The difference is it gives out over 750 watts out of that motor, and it just pushes it much faster, and these young folks are on these when they shouldn't be. And oftentimes, when they're reported, they're not reported correctly of what classification of electric bike it is. Most importantly, the ordinance, as a reminder for the public and the council, includes provisions where parents are responsible for minors. And it gives us the option to administer administrative citations, but it also gives the option for violators to do a safety course in lieu of a fine, which is what our ultimate goal is to educate and get cooperation so that everybody can enjoy e-bikes and everyone can enjoy walking on the sidewalks at the same time. So our best professional recommendation for tonight is for staff. The staff recommends that the City Council introduce this ordinance by title and waive further reading, and I'm available for any questions.
Rick, go ahead.
First of all, thank you for the information. Thank you for your flyers that you've handed out to the schools. I know the schools have sent out flyers as well about that. Can you just explain again? There's different categories, and there's where kids can't ride certain categories either because they are too fast. I think it's category 3, the age limit on each of them, and of course helmets are always have to be on a youth as well when they're just like riding a bike.
Yes. So anyone under the age of 18 needs to wear a helmet. The Class 3 e-bike, you have to be 16 years or older to ride it. And it also requires a helmet.
And do appreciate, I know it was a couple weeks ago, where you were stopping e-bike riders and then calling their families to come pick them up and take it. I believe that's a really good approach to help stop them around and really teaching the adults of why they gave them to their students, their children, and right now that's wrong for them. So.
Yes, thank you.
They probably gave the parents a heart attack getting a phone call. I bet you they won't do that again. Steve, you have anything? No problem, Steve. Wendy?
So thank you for the clarification and the additional information. I just had a quick question on the protected two-way bicycle lanes. I know it says in here that they shall travel only in the designated direction of travel for their side of the lane. And so maybe this could potentially be a question for Cody. But is there striping then, like okay? So there is striping that designates you're going this way. Here's the arrow. Okay, perfect. And then in terms of signage, I know we had briefly talked about it last time for maybe those areas of concentrated, like you were talking about the concentrated, the higher concentrations of people, like parks or whatnot. Will we be able to get signage in those areas? Because I certainly don't anticipate that we're going to put signs on every sidewalk in every location, but maybe the areas of most concern.
Yeah, we're going to review all the areas that should require sign, or would be best to require signs while keeping costs down, and that makes sense.
And then can I request that the videos that you guys had done previously, talking to the different classes of bikes, just be pushed out again? You know, maybe it's on a cadence that, you know, around Christmas when people are buying kids new things, or, you know, just as a reminder, because I know one population may be getting educated about it, but then it's like 2 years later, a kid's of age to.
Yeah, we will continue to push out the information on e-bikes, much like we do other issues throughout the year. We'll put it on a schedule for our social media.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
That'd be great. You guys could be on different e-bikes and recommend another e-bike for the chief. Go around. This is what this e-bike is. At least give people visual learners like myself. Thank you. I have no other comment. Any members this time? No other comments here? Any members? Huh? Yeah, public comment. Members of the public would like to make comment on this. Do you have an e-bike? Do you ride on the sidewalk? Mr. Gabaldon, go step out. Sir, you'll be right after him. Thank you.
So I was here for, I think, the last time that we talked about this, and I think everybody wants to be cool about letting the kids have a life and enjoying themselves and being on the scooters, all the different vehicles. Here's the problem with all the statistics that anybody can provide, is that all it just takes is that one time for one of these kids to run over somebody or run over somebody's pet. And I live in a part of the community that has 3 mobile homes, if I count the one off Fruit, where there's a lot of walking activity. And I believe the origin of the sidewalk was not intended for any bike, right? We've kind of turned it into something where people use it. I'd be curious to know what the average speed limit of the walker is compared to that of the rider. So as a suggestion in the middle ground, is there a way to maybe have a city speed limit on our sidewalks that basically says, hey, do whatever you got to do, but you can't be running at full sprint and knock somebody over. You can't be on an e-bike and, knock somebody over. And I can say from personal experience, not looking for trouble on the subject, but just real stuff. I have my motorhome in front of my home, and of course I have to deal with the issue of blocking the stop sign that everybody blows through, but also the kids on their e-bikes coming down Amherst. And today, as I was trying to wash one side of my motorhome on the sidewalk part and try not to block it, of course, kids are flying down the street from the top end of Bradford down to Fruit at full speed and looking at me and me looking at them and wondering who's going to be the one to, play chicken and move out of the way first. So I get it, but apologies. I really think that these things have to stay off the sidewalks. Our community is not getting younger. It is getting older. That's a fact. And I think that we need to look out for the residents and their safe space in, having a leisurely walk, as opposed to the kids that are trying to enjoy a toy that, they got for Christmas, or that those that are affluent enough to afford it for their child are not seeing the dangers that their kids are up against when they're acting outside of their view. I've said my piece.
Thank you. Sir.
Tim Blockinger,
Hi,
a
Tim.
citizen of Laverne for 33 years. I reviewed this set of rules and laws when they first came out in January, and I objected to having them, e-vehicles on sidewalks back then. The revision that came out a couple weeks ago, I saw that provision was still in there. I objected to it then. I believe Mayor Horton Hepburn has also objected to allowing e-bikes on sidewalks. Right now, the statute, as I read in Laverne, the statutes of Laverne don't allow bicycles on sidewalks other than to drive through a driveway. If we won't allow a bicycle on the sidewalk, why would we allow something faster and heavier with more potential energy in it that could do more damage? I don't think e-vehicles should be on sidewalks, with the exception of extremely young people that we don't want to have out in the streets mingling with cars. 8-year-old, 7-year-old, people who are just learning how. But above that age, they should know how, they should have the responsibility to be able to understand, is the street safe to be on? Is it not safe to be on? We have some bidirectional bike lanes on Fairplex, on the west side of Fairplex. And I've seen so many times when a very fast vehicle in the bike lane has gone through the intersection at Puddingstone when a car was trying to make a right-hand turn. The car had passed the bike and was paying attention to making the turn, and as he slowed down for the turn, the bike was able to catch up to him and then leap into the intersection in front of him because the bike wasn't going to slow down and he had a green light. He was going to go through. So I think that at the intersections where an e-bike and a young person is coming off of a sidewalk into the street is going to be very much at risk of a vehicle who's going to be making a right-hand turn. The bike is in the street, the car sees him better than if he's on the sidewalk. And he'll have a much better ability to gauge their relative speeds, and the car will know to look for that bike when he gets to the intersection. I appreciate your guys' opinions and concerns, but as a cyclist and as an observer and a hiker around Laverne, I think that having the bikes all on the street is actually going to be safer, because the cars will see them and pay more attention to them than if they are up on the sidewalk where they're partially out of sight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. I'll bring you back up to any other. I'm sorry, ma'am. Please step forward. I didn't see your hand earlier. Hi. What's your name?
Mary Lee Sarenman.
Hi, Mary Lee.
So I agree with you 100%. I'm a longtime cyclist, and we've always been taught, and if you ride safely, you should follow the rules as you're a vehicle. We're to be treated as vehicles. We're expected to follow the laws on the road that a vehicle is expected to follow. So obeying all stop signs, yielding, knowing the laws of the road. And I really feel like that's where the children are missing. And it's just a huge increase of risk for them because they don't, I don't know if they don't know. I mean, there's a lot of adults that don't know how to mitigate a four-way stop. So sometimes teenagers, I can't even imagine. I'm seeing kids blow through sidewalk, blow through stop signs, driving the wrong way, like all of the stunts that you talked about that I know that, won't be allowed. But as a cyclist myself, I am required to ride on the road, and it is in Laverne. I'm not allowed to ride on the sidewalk, especially if I'm down in Old Town, or if there's a bike lane, I'm expected to ride in the bike lane. The drivers are also, by law, expected to give me 3 feet. That is the law, if I'm correct. Cyclists must yield to pedestrians, and so if there is a pedestrian on the sidewalk, they have that right away, not the cyclists. And I just don't know that the kids understand that. They're going so fast. They think they're cool. They want to show off what they can do on their bikes, and it just really, the risk is, I myself have almost been hit walking with my husband in our neighborhood, numerous conversations with the police, and it just doesn't feel like the enforcement is being taken seriously by the families. And so I really hope that there's continued education. I really hope that they're held to the same standards as a regular cyclist. I mean, these are my engines. This is what I ride, and I can maybe on a good day do 20 miles an hour on downhill, right? That's wishful thinking, and to hold it for very long. So it is scary. But I do appreciate your efforts, and I know that you are considering our safety as well as the children's safety. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time. Anyone else would like to have a comment regarding this topic? Seeing and hearing none, I'll bring it back up here to the dais, and I'll go ahead and start with Rick because he wants to.
There were some statements made that about the law. I just want to be clarified.
Yeah, there is nothing in the California Vehicle Code that prohibits bicycles on sidewalks. In fact, just to be as simple as possible, we're looking at it from a public safety perspective. If we're expecting 8-year-olds to take a California driver's license test at the DMV, they're not going to do that. She is correct that adult riders are expected to ride in the same direction as vehicles are. That law hasn't changed in our ordinance. It still reads that exact fact. We cannot be everywhere where these actions are occurring or these incidents are occurring, but if they do occur and we do respond to them, there is enough teeth in there to have enforcement action taken for that. But again, we're looking at it from a statistical data perspective in where we have more vehicles than we have cyclists, and we have more cyclists than we have pedestrians actually walking around. In where we push them, we decide to push 8-year-olds, and I totally understand adults are going to be treated differently because they've obviously taken driving tests and understand the rules of the road. But if we can do a complete prohibition, there's nothing that we can do to be at every corner to say you're supposed to be on the street, not on the sidewalk. In fact, if we keep it the way we're recommending, we have a stronger ability to say if there's an incident like this is where we can do it. And we have, for the last 2 years, been providing education at various school events. We provided flyers during our YFAC, and as we indicated earlier, several social media posts providing safety requirements of each one of those. We will continue to push those messages on social media and continue to educate our folks every school year. As kids go from elementary school to middle school, we'll educate them then, and then so forth onto the high school. We'll continue to do that every single year to do that.
And part of this regulation, if they are on a sidewalk and they are going faster or being reckless, that's not allowed as well.
That's correct. That is in the ordinance.
And one thing, what I hope that what we do as a city is that if we see something, if our police are out and see something, that we do stop them. A lot of times it's not stopped right away, but I think this, especially right now, in the beginning of when more and more are having it, that we do a lot more enforcement of that. And I know our our officers are busy, and throughout the entire city where they're not there. But if they do see it go by them, that we are stopping them right away. And so I believe that is what makes, because once that's done, they go out and talk to all their friends of what happened, and making sure that they are addressed, not just let go and being okay with it. Because I do see quite a bit of our youth riding the ones that have no pedals. So those aren't, you have to be 16 and over for that. And I know that these ones are not 16, or they don't look 16. They all look 12 to me. But those are not legal for
Street
those
legal.
kids at all. And those, I see a lot of those going around, that it's only the handlebar powered one.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you for that comment. One thing I should note is that throughout the year we have various campaigns, Click It or Ticket, distracted driving, and we've also added e-bikes and e-bike violations. So we have posted on our social media some of the enforcement actions that we've taken. In fact, somebody commented, I believe it was you, who said we impounded, call the parents in and do that. We actually post that there as an example, and we're going to continue to do that. Those enforcement and campaigns are going to continue. They're not going to cease. And obviously, school's about to end and the summer's going to start. We're going to ramp up those campaigns again through the summertime, because that's when the kids are going to be out on e-bikes. So you'll see those campaigns ramp back up as far as e-bike enforcement and e-bike education as school begins to start again.
I think my comment just goes back to how you started this presentation, that, this was a discussion with our JPIA, with the insurance and with the data that backs up, the concerns over, young people getting injured because of the volume of cars and everything else. I think that, read in its entirety, we are asking people to use bike lanes, obviously, when they're available, and that the sidewalk is not to be the norm, and that they're still supposed to behave themselves. And I get there's no 100% foolproof way to avoid accidents. And I think this is going to be the beginning of a new normal as these e-bikes continue to proliferate. I do think that, as you're rolling out the education, I think, I don't remember what city it was that recently, I believe a young person ran into an elderly gentleman, and I believe he ended up passing away. And I think there are charges now being sought against the parent. And I think that's really vital for, if people did not see that piece of news, we do have it in this proposed ordinance that, anyone found in violation is going to suffer consequences, but also that as a parent or as a legal guardian, you too can be held liable, both criminally and civilly. And I think that's a big point to, push through, because right now, if it's going to be a kids will be kids attitude and, they're fine, they're just on a bike, I think, I don't want to red asphalt it, but it's kind of similar, right? Like you have to tell them what the absolute worst consequence and impact could be. But I think that, if we're looking at data-based reasoning in order to make our decisions, I think that's the way I would want to go. And especially if our insurer has indicated that we're increasing our liability by not doing it this way, then I obviously don't want to run afoul of that. But I think to Councilmember Johnson's point is, let's look at the data for us. It may be different in 6 months for us. Maybe we're an outlier. I don't know. And there is no restriction on when or how we amend the ordinance. These ordinances are supposed to be applicable to us. They're not going to be one size fits all. And I appreciate the amount of work it took for all of you to pull together the information to put this together. But I also appreciate that it's a living document. And I think if there are recommendations from you as this moves forward, we would want to hear it, and we would want to know what that looks like. So I think I just wanted to reiterate those points and really just hone in on what do we need to really focus on as we're pushing out the education.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Steve, do you have any comments you'd like to add to this? Any further? You good? Okay. Well, thank you. I guess what's happening, what I believe started all this with those e-motorcycles that really just started spinning this whole thing off, because, and I haven't seen many topics of discussion in the past regarding these actual e-bikes. It's just like a mountain bike, had a little extra power on it, it kept you going a little bit further with the cruiser, right, with a little mountain bike. And people were seeing them on the sidewalk or on the street. Some people are just kind of scared of riding their mountain bike on the street or regular road bike. You know, I've seen people going down Esperanza on a mountain bike going about 30 miles an hour, and I give them all the distance in the world because that's fast for me. It scared the hell out of me. Seeing him hit a rock and just go airborne, no, I'm good. So I'll let them have fun with that. Thank you, Chief, for continuing to do this. Please tell officers, as much as I'd love to have them continue to do this support, because we don't want a kid getting ran over and killed either. That's the last thing a police officer, fireman would like to contact that parent and let them know, sorry, your kid was hit. That's the most important thing is, I'd rather see our time being spent more on that, and of course, keeping our community safe from any of those outside influences that have been burglarizing our community. So God bless you and the men and women, City of Laverne Police.
Thank you.
Having said all that to say, is there a motion introduced by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laverne, California, adding Chapter 10.80 to Title 10 of the Laverne Municipal Code regulating the use of regulated mobility devices.
So move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Please vote.
Item number 14, motion by Crosby, seconded by Lau, approved 3-1 with Johnson dissenting, Mayor Hepburn being absent.
Outstanding. Thank you. All right. There's no other business tonight, so we'll move on to public comment. All right. Comments at this time. Set aside for anyone wishing to address the City Council on items not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. The Brown Act prohibits the City Council from engaging in discussion on any item not on the posted agenda. Your concerns may be referred to staff or placed for discussion at a later date. There will be a 3-minute time frame for public comments. I will keep those 3 minutes, and I will let you know when your 3 minutes are up, please. At this point, those wishing to speak can come to the podium. I ask that you please state your name for the record before I begin speaking. Who would like to come forward first? Sir, please step forward, state your name. Thank you. I'll give you 3 minutes.
This goes back to the discussion we just had. As Councilmember Lau had stated, there's been reported and acknowledged by the City of Laverne that there had been an electric vehicle on a sidewalk strike a pedestrian and kill them. We recognize that pedestrians are at risk with electric vehicles on sidewalks. Not all of them, but enough. One death is too many. Same as a death of an e-bike on a street is too many. But the fact that we understand that a pedestrian can be killed by an e-bike, and now we're going to go ahead and allow e-bikes on sidewalks. What does that say about the city's view of the health and safety of the pedestrian public that's out there in the City of Laverne?
Thank you, sir. Anyone? Mr. Gabaldon? Dennis, anybody else? Would like to speak after Mr. Gabaldon? So I can remember to see you? Okay. Sir, please go ahead.
I'll spare my feedback on the last, on the decision about the e-bikes, but I kind of feel like we can do more than just lightly approach whether or not it's safe or not safe. I mean, I don't know, maybe we could do something like if you're going to have a child with an e-bike, then they got to go register it at the police department, and they got to take a training course, and that way if they ever get pulled over, everybody knows that they knew better, and they still did something they shouldn't have done. I agree with Councilman Crosby that getting ahead of the issues that you already foresee are going to get worse is how we all learn. At least that's how I learned when I was growing up. And there were consequences with me when I got home. That's just life. But why I came back to the meeting, because I left it, I heard over my left shoulder when I was here, the first time I commented on the budget, what is he talking about champagne taste? So I'm going to remind everybody what I meant. And for the crowd that had they may be or not be here, is that if the consumer price index moves 32 points, and we spend on that, our households have to absorb that cost of living increase. We have to have raises. We have to get money from somewhere. And the city's not getting money from just anywhere. I think it's been admitted before that the revenue stream is down. So when I say champagne taste, and the city is spending at a 67% increase above 2015, spending 33% more for whatever else we're getting is what I meant by champagne taste. So that's for whoever made that comment. And then I'm here to answer your question because I was distracted by that. I didn't answer it. You had asked the question about where did our reserves go? So our reserve number is not at 30% because when you first came as councilman, our reserve number at I think it was like a $37 million spend was at about $7.5 million reserve. So that's how we got to that 20-ish% number. What's happened since then, and I'll remind everybody again because not everybody on this dais or behind me can remember these things or knows about them, but there was a little sale on Laverne. It was a one-time benefit to the city's general fund for $5.5 million. So take that $5.5 million away because you can't recover that property. It's a one-time benefit. So you artificially have a number that looks like we're keeping up with our spending and we're saving the money that we're supposed to save. That's not fact. That's not true. So I just want to remind everybody that how we spend forward is going to make a difference for the next generation, the generation after that, let alone the people that have to live in the city for the next 5 to 10 years, and hopefully for a long time. But there was a comment made by somebody else in the city about the ability to sustain it.
Jesus. Thought this thing
Very
changed.
loud. I'll end it with that.
Thank you. He forgives.
On this a whole e-bike thing, what I've seen some cities do, Steve, your comment about banning bikes from streets, but anyways, I'm sorry, from sidewalks. What some cities have done, the fast e-bikes, 28 miles per hour, class 2, correct me if I'm wrong, those, I have seen cities banning those from sidewalks. I mean, right, 28 miles per hour, pedestrians probably are walking like 3, yeah, that's pretty fast closure rate. And I would totally agree with that. It's a problem, these e-bikes. I feel like in my own neighborhood, sometimes there's one offender that I feel like I'm virtually being terrorized by the whole thing. That I don't feel safe in my own neighborhood to walk. So we really do have to do more to get on the issue. And yeah, as far as banning bikes on e-bikes on sidewalks, yeah, maybe class 2. There is the happy medium and all that. Class 1 that only go 20, maybe, yeah, we allow those. Consider it. Well, this new tax thing, yeah, it's a problem. I'm no on new taxes, and I'll say it right here. I ship a lot of stuff that I buy online. My mother-in-law's house in San Bernardino County in Upland, and I save 3% right off the bat. When is enough? I'm just not sure. I have to question that all the time. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time. I appreciate you. Anybody else would like to have a comment? Let me turn this thing off. Thought I had it on lower. All right. Anyone else would like to have a comment? Any other public comment? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Bringing it back up to this dais. Thank you so much for taking, folks, your time today. I'll leave it up for council comments. Mr. Crosby, Rick.
Thank you. I just want to let you know there's 2 fires out there right now. We had to send one of our Type 1 structure fighting engines out to the Sandy fire that's going on in like Simi Valley, I believe it is, where we have Captain Kevin Wilton, Engineer Connor Nobbs, Firefighter Jared Teaton, and Firefighter Lewis Allen out there. So please be thinking of them. We are still fully staffed in the city while they're still out there, but make sure you think of them. And then Azusa this afternoon, there was a fire. It's the Burrow fire that's happening above Azusa. But that's limited to 30 acres, as the Sandy fire is over 836 acres. That's is that now 13? So just think about our people out there while they are protecting the other communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Steve-O.
I guess we're constantly in fire season, so it's just where we live. Yeah, I really don't like to go against what our police officers say, and forgive me for that, but I do think that e-bikes should not be on sidewalks. Thank you.
God bless you, Steve. Wendy?
So I just wanted to go over a couple things that have happened since we had our last council meeting. We did have a volunteer recognition lunch for many of our citizens who are volunteers within the community. That happened on May 12th. It was entertained by the Ramona 6th grade jazz club because their jazz band actually had testing. But this is a group of 6th graders that decided they really liked jazz and wanted to have a jazz club. So I thought that was pretty cool that they decided to come together. But it did really demonstrate how much of our community is dependent upon our residents, whether it's coming to tonight's meeting or getting engaged in various ways or just offering your time, talent, and treasure in order to make our city do well. So I just wanted to publicly recognize and thank those volunteers that were recognized at the lunch, and then for all of you who have contributed, obviously, to the city in some way. I also wanted to announce that there are 2 recent retirements within Tri-City Mental Health Authority. Dana Barford was the Director of Mental Health Services and Ethnic Events, I think, or ethnic, I forget what the last part of it was, for about 17 years. And so she just retired from Tri-City, and so she has done a lot of work with the city, with the navigators and with, therapeutic garden and all of these things. And so a lot of programs and protocols that were out there to help people were under her leadership. So we bid her a fond farewell and thank her for her service. Mika Olmos is the administrator and clerk for the Tri-City, and as of May 21, she will be retiring. And as she tells me, she's going to focus on being a band mom and follow her kid around. So that's pretty cool. And then just a couple of things as reminders. Memorial Day is coming up next Monday, and we will be having the VFW Post will be hosting the Memorial Day event. If you've never been, it's a really nice celebration of our service people. So please come out and see them. It'll be at 11 o'clock at the VFW Post. And so if you see traffic and block streets there for a little bit, that's what's going on. And then last but not least, obviously we are full blown into commencement season. So I know Bonita just had their prom. Their commencement will be coming up in June. ULV will be hosting their baccalaureate on May 29th. And then on May 30th, there will be 2 commencement ceremonies, one in the morning for the bachelor's degree candidates, and then one in the evening for our master's and graduate students. So also just wanted to let folks know about that. If you see some additional traffic, that is why folks are out celebrating, and we're really hopeful that they'll spend their money here and have their graduation lunches and dinners here, and again, drive some much needed revenue into the city. So with that, hope you have a great week. Have a great Memorial Day weekend if you are going out of town. But if not, come meet us at the VFW Post.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it. And yes, we had the great opportunity on May 7th with myself, Steve, you were there, and Tim for the opening day of the fair. It's still up and running. Great time, great opportunity. Had Laverne Day also. We're there in attendance, and we're also in attendance for honoring the celebration of life for the VFW Post member Carl Bauer, rest in heaven with our Lord. We attended that great celebration of life that was at the Post, 12034. If you're not familiar with the Post, a lot of great band of brothers and sisters that are there, located right there on Wheeler, on the southeast corner of Wheeler and Bonita. So that was a great opportunity, and we do have some graduations coming up before the end of the month, which is Damien High School is going to be this Friday, and so looking forward to seeing that. If you have any family, friends, or kids, like I have my son, he's graduating. I just can't believe how time goes by so fast. Anyhow, so he's doing good to go on and do good things and join the United States Air Force. So I think I did pretty good. See, my dad was Army, I'm Army, and my son goes to the Air Force. What can I say? Smart kid. God bless him. Okay. Having said all that, at this time, thank you so much for being here today. Great opportunity to see our community members. City Council will meet in closed session for the following. City Attorney Ms. Barlow, please read the closed session items on the record and let us know if there will be anything to report out afterwards. Mr. Domer, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, we have a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Negotiators, city manager, assistant city manager, and city attorney. Employee organizations, Laverne Miscellaneous General Unit Teamsters Local 1932, Laverne Employee Organization, Laverne Miscellaneous General Unit, Firefighters Association, Laverne Fire Middle Management Association, Laverne Police Officers Association, Laverne Police Middle Management Association, and all unrepresented employees. And then pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, anticipated litigation, one case. I do not expect any reporting out.
Thank you. At this time, we'll recess into closed session. The time is 8:57. Thank you.